Oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. 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 Oh, Mani Oh, Mani Padme Hum. So now just imagine that Chenrezig melts into light. This light comes entering our crowns. It's the crown, your own crown, the crown of every single sentient being, and then completely fills your body. Just completely transforming us to this compassionate energy of Chenrezig, this compassion to eliminate suffering, filling us with this loving kindness, eliminating our own sufferings, whether physical, emotional, or just this pervasive suffering, this dissatisfaction. And just completely feel completely filled with this compassionate energy, completely transformed. Imagine each and every sentient being shares this compassion, this loving kindness. Just keep that in mind as we recite the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus of the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So on the second repetition, just again feel this energy of Chenrezig, making this prayer completely effective. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So on this third repetition, just imagine that this prayer that is totally fulfilled, that it's everything that all these intentions are completely satisfied. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So just taking a moment to just visualize this prayer being fulfilled by this power of Chenrezig, this compassion, this loving kindness, and just renew this thought of bodhicitta, the wish to attain enlightenment, to benefit sentient beings, each and every one. So just holding that in our hearts. And we'll recite a few dedication verses, because by dedicating, we seal the merit. We dedicate this merit for the benefit of all sentient beings. So we kind of complete this wish for enlightenment on their behalf. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And then just remember emptiness. Samsara and nirvana, like even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising, are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. And just for the sick, so many suffering from COVID and the effects of COVID, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. We're just thinking that all disease, all sickness is eliminated. And then to hold sentient beings dear. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. And then, sorry to be scrolling down here. It's just, again, remembering emptiness in our dedication. It's dedicating all these roots of virtue. With the dedication praised as the best by the all gone, by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the three times, in order to have good conduct. So just really holding in our hearts this thought of dedicating in the best way. And then for the long lives of our precious teachers, for His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Thank you so much for joining for this time. And I think Venerable Gache is probably coming on.
Yes.
Venerable, welcome.
Here I am, yes.
Thank you so much.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Yeah, hold on. Let me adjust the light here. You can see, so I need to get up 1 minute because you can't see me.
There we go.
Okay, hopefully it's a little better. Yeah.
Yes, it's much
Okay.
better. I hope you're well.
Okay. Yeah, things are okay here. We're still in lockdown.
Okay.
Our house is relatively safe.
Good.
Yeah, so I hope things are okay there.
Yeah, we're actually starting. It's interesting. People are very cautious, but things are starting to open up. We're still masking, but I think about the middle of the month that might be changing. So we'll see.
Right. Okay.
They are making the vaccine.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah. Thank you, Gache.
Right. Yeah. It sounds like everyone can get it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Okay, see you next week.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. So welcome, whoever is here. I'm Tenzin Gyalpo at Chenrezig Monastery in South India. So if any of you have joined with me previous weeks, you'll know, as I mentioned, that we're in the middle of an outbreak here at Sera. India in general, as probably most of you have heard in the news, has been having a very difficult time the past couple of months. It does seem to be getting a little better now, probably due to the lockdowns. Our state of Karnataka has been in complete lockdown, I think, for over a month, meaning there's no cars allowed, things like this. Although I don't know how well it's being followed. We don't go outside, so we don't see. But actually, I was assigned to work at the monastery gate this week. We have to alternate doing that. So we have to guard the gate to make sure people don't come in. But there's a lot of traffic we can see, so I'm not sure exactly how the lockdown's being enforced. So yeah, at Sera itself, we have unfortunately an outbreak because there's not really a clear boundary set between Sera and the local Indian village where they have a very big outbreak. apparently about 200 people there. And I don't know how many people are in the village, but I would have thought 200 was about the whole population. So that it spread to the monastery. And now I don't know how many monks, several more yesterday. And so far 4 have died, unfortunately. So we are just doing what we can to stay safe here. Very fortunately, at our house, I and my house, we are fairly isolated. So the only time we need to go out is to go buy vegetables. And so we can do that relatively safely. So it's spread over here, and then we just continue to do prayers for the monastery for the monks who have passed away, and hope that we can get this. Reading, I've read other accounts, of course, Geshe Repton, other famous masters, etc., in Tibet, and it seems that death and illness were very much a part of the life there, as it probably was in most pretty modern societies. So I guess that, although this is a new thing for us to be in constant danger, it probably was part of most people's lives in the past. It's just something have been fortunate to live through the period of history where that's not the case. So we're just experiencing that a bit here now. What it was like in the past for the practitioners. So on that note, rather than seeing this as an obstacle or interruption to our practice, seeing this as, it would, when things calm down, then we can start practicing again. This is just kind of the way things are. And so we continue and do the best we can, and not knowing when it will finish or how it will finish, but we just use the opportunity to continue practicing. Because of course, even though usually it seems like things are safe, and I think I mentioned last week, by Shantideva, the quote, "Ne me nima ditabu seche tsewa mekyang ni se ni kechik luate luni tanchik nyempo shin," meaning this day without illness, where I have plenty of food and there's no immediate harm to me. It's like that today, but this life can deceive me in just an instant, and this body is like something on a borrowed on a loan. So we can think about that every day, and then use the day to practice as best as we can. So on that note, I think we can continue with the prayers. I think all of you know the reason we're doing this and why we're here. So let's just take a moment before we start. I like to sit quietly just so we can get focused and present here. So we'll sit quietly for a couple of minutes, then we'll continue with the motivation and then recite the mantra of Avalokiteshvara. As I've been doing, I recite the long mantra one time. So if you know it, you can participate. If not, just listen, and then we can continue with the short mantra together. And then we'll recite the actual prayer for the remainder of the session. So let's just start for a couple of minutes by sitting quietly. Okay, so now we can recite the motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are in infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, others who are in infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, some others who are in infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now we recite the mantra of Lokiteshvara. Namurannadrayaya namaharyadyanam Zaigahagavarudram Buharajaya Tatagadayam Ahade Zamyak Zambura Namazarvadadagadebhyahadebhyam Zamyak Zamburebhya Namarya Balagi Viraya Bohizadhaya Mazadvaya Mahagarunika Dayadaham Dahadaram Diri Diri Duru Duru Idewade Zale Dale Branzale Branza Guzume Guzuma Wahele Mele Devalama Bana Hizvoham Amanameme 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 Okay, so now we can recite the actual prayer together. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher letting an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and appearance, and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, so that they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, the power of the Dakinis, number protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings, such as the harms of grahas, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grahas, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease, that like a butcher letting an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mirror, and should not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, or other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of his names terrify beings, so that in place of the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of her happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels of the power of the Dakinis, the protectors and guardians, with the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher letting an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mirror, and should not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, but 8,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good wealth, and well-being. May the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels of the power of the Dakinis and our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grahas, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher letting an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mirror, and should not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of his names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels of the power of the Dakinis, our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher letting an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirror, and should not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, or other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and the body and mind of radiance and power, and being endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, the power of the Dakinis, the protectors and guardians, the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all the conditions and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher letting an animal be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the mirror, and should not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of his names terrify beings who live in place inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are of the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of free happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, the power of the Dakini, the protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, that are the harms of graha spirits and lessons of the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May all whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher letting an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and a mirror, and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, or other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, so that have been placed into the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Whatever sufferings are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of earthly happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good wealth, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, the power of the Dakinis, the protectors and guardians, and the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions and the harm to graha spirits and the sons of Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that look like a butcher letting another be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirror, and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of his names terrify beings, so they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 420 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, the power of the Dakinis, the protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases inside of the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions of the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher letting an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirror, and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, or other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of his names terrify beings. They from place and have the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. Body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, the power of the Dakinis and their protectors and guardians, with the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, so now we can go on to the COVID dedication for COVID-19 prayers, which I hope you have. So this begins with the prayer to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not born arise, that arise not to climb but increase more and more, and to realize emptiness. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom and effect existence, and cause and effect independent arising on betraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of the Gajana's thought. These two are mutually complementary, not contradictory. And prayers for the sick. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. To meet a perfect guru in all lifetimes. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may enter the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I attain the seat of Vajradhara. For Lama took up to be a direct Mahayana Guru in all of future lives. By the forces, the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as a direct Mahayana friend in all other lives, and will never turn away even for a second from the pure path, highly admired by the victorious ones. Prayers to be used by sentient beings, like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. To hold them as precious. May I hold sentient beings as precious as my life. May I hold them more precious than myself. May all the negative karma ripen on me and all the my virtue ripen on them. Prepare to abide in samsara for sentient beings. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them even though I achieve highest enlightenment. Then to seal the merits with emptiness. Due to the past, present, and future merit collected by me, to the numberless Buddhas, numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existence from their own side, my I, whom I am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, completely empty of existence from its own side. It all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side of that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, of myself alone, I'm completely empty of existing from my own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train, just like the hero Manjushri knows reality, just like Samanta Bhatta as well. Full dedicated on the roots of virtue, dedicating his praise is best, but having gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times, and did have good conduct. Then for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, ye who uphold this adorer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Okay, so we finished a couple minutes early this time. So, as I said, this life is deceitful. It can deceive us in an instant, and this body is like on a loan. So it's important to reflect on these things, not in a way that is discouraging and makes us feel helpless, but to think that we can do something useful with the time that we have now. As Shantideva goes on to say, Gangse Geche Keldenwa, Gewa Dagi Mache Na, Yansong Dugal Kumongpa, Detse Dagi Chichar Yo. Meaning, when I have the good fortune to be able to practice virtue, if I don't practice virtue, then when I'm oppressed by the sufferings of the lower realms, then what will I do? So the point here, of course, is quite obvious, I hope, that we have an opportunity now to do something very meaningful. We have met the Dharma. We have the opportunity to study and practice and to consider the meaning of the Dharma. So we can use this opportunity. If we don't use the opportunity now, then it's not certain that it will be here in the future. Whether we talk about lower realms of rebirth or we simply talk about what can happen in the future to us. If we were to get sick tomorrow with COVID, then it's going to be very hard if we haven't already practiced to generate a virtuous mind at the time of being oppressed by illness. But if we practice every day, then those thoughts will come naturally. So it's very useful to make the best use of our time. And of course, making use of our time doesn't just mean although reciting prayers and doing other virtuous activity are very beneficial, the most important thing is to really consider the meaning of it and use our time to really analyze and think about the Buddha's teachings. This is what will benefit us and others in the long run. So it's 8:30 our time. I don't know what time it is your time. I think where you are, Venerable Sarah, if you're there, I think it's 8:45. You're a little ahead of us. So
yes,
are you there now?
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay. I can hear you. I can't see you, but I can hear you.
Oh yeah, I haven't turned the thing on because I've got two devices on. Now, Venerable Gachala, before you, I'm using one device because the for the prayer wheel, and the other device for the sound.
Okay.
To get a good
Yeah,
sound.
okay.
Now, before you go, I just want to ask you, because I heard some very bad news that 2 monks at Sawakamsen passed away.
Yeah, there's actually been 4 monks have died so far, but the first 2 were a little while ago, and now just a couple. One, I think he maybe yesterday. Actually, the one who died yesterday was the most senior monk in the Laramba class, so he was actually quite high status in the monastery. So they had a prayer vigil for him last night, and yeah, the other one was a classmate of Tenzin Lexok, so he was also very senior. Yeah, so Tsawa Kangzen unfortunately is really struggling. The most of the cases are there. I think almost all the monks at Tsawa probably are sick. Or not Kopon House. Kopon House is also part of Tsawa Kangzen, but it's separate, right? It's a different house. But Tsawa Kangzen, the actual Kangzen, I think, I don't know exactly, but because they don't tell us the numbers, but I think probably most of the monks in the Kangzen itself have gotten sick. One of my classmates I know was sick, fortunately recovered. So yeah, that's what happens here. Sawa Kangzen is on the side of the monastery that's very close to the local Indian village. And that village apparently has a huge outbreak, so that's why it's spreading.
Wow. This is due to lack of oxygen. I mean, were there did he have health complications?
No, actually, the monastery has oxygen. We keep getting messages about foreign sponsors, or also not just foreign. Some of the monks themselves, some of the geshis are sponsoring. So then there's oxygen coming in. I mean, it's a little bit, it's of course it's something wonderful that they have oxygen, but I find it's a bit sad that they have the oxygen there, but then 100 meters away there's the Indian village where they're all sick and they don't have oxygen. But of course, we can't really help them. We don't have the means to do that. So in the very least, at least the monastery does have that. And so actually there's still quite a few more monks on oxygen now.
Wow.
But even the ones, who were on oxygen, they unfortunately still died.
Wow.
Yeah, again, we don't know because we don't get the numbers. But I met with one of the nurses the other day. I saw him on the road, and he told me that there's still quite a few that are in very critical condition.
Well, I'm really sorry to hear that. And the reason I heard it was, of course, because Rinpoche was doing prayers at Kopan with some of the Sangha. And I heard that one of Tenzin Letsok's friends had passed away. And I wanted to send a message and say, I'm really sorry to hear that.
Yeah. You want me to tell Lexok is what you're suggesting?
Well, I mean, I'm sorry for all of you because I mean it doesn't sound like there were health complications. I mean, before we would say things like, "Oh, but there were health complications," but in this case, it doesn't particularly sound like that. It just sounds.
I don't know. I don't know what was happening in their cases. The 2 monks who died earlier were both. It was health complications, but with these 2, I don't know.
Yeah, well, fortunately, you are quite isolated where you are. and I guess Copan House is
Yeah.
keeping itself separate from Sawa.
Yeah.
And
They
next
gave
door
us
to them,
we got the vaccine last week. They gave us my monastery gave the vaccine to all the monks last week. There's the Indian vaccine, which hasn't been approved by the WHO yet, but I hope that it's effective. I mean, they claim that it's quite effective, so hopefully their claims are based on, proper evidence. I'm sure it's better than nothing.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm the only one down here of the Sangha, many people actually, to be quite honest, who have had one shot of vaccine. I had it 3 months ago, and it's kind of remarkable because the whole neighborhood was sick, and of course, Gelek was here, and other people I knew, I was in close contact with them, and even when they were asymptomatic, and then when they started showing symptoms, and I didn't catch sick. I didn't get sick.
Good.
I always wear 2 masks. The second outbreak, I've always worn 2 masks, and try not to be indoors with people. And unfortunately, I got good advice from Francis about that. But I haven't gotten sick, and my understanding is if I do get sick, it won't be as sick as others.
Yeah, that's what they say. Which vaccine did you get?
We got the Covishield, the AstraZeneca, Indian AstraZeneca.
Yeah. All the monks above 45 got that, but then the monks under 45, we got the Covaxin, the Indian vaccine.
Right, and that one hasn't been approved.
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, it hasn't been approved. Looks like my battery's about to die actually on the computer.
Yeah.
Just
You're very
in case it disappears. Yeah.
Anyway, so I better crack on, as they say in England. But good to see that you are all safe, and very sorry to hear the news about the monks in Sawakhams, and very sorry about that.
Yeah, it's what happens. So yeah, but hopefully you can stay safe there. Hope things are all right. And maybe see you next week. We're still here.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, take care.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Goodbye.
Bye. Yeah. So this is actually my second round. And so the previous hour I already did a motivation, and I don't think that anyone is listening. Also, I always feel that if I ever go to give a teaching, I always feel nobody will come. And I always, when I do these sessions, I always think no one's coming. So really, I'm just doing this for myself. But I did have a thought this session to do something a bit different. Since the last session I did, I already explained who I am and where I am, Sarah, and in Nepal right now. So that's all done. And I already did the motivation by reading Rinpoche's motivation, and I already did reciting the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer and the mantras, and turning the prayer wheel and explain the visualization. So what I plan to do this session is actually a prayer to 6-syllable Great Compassionate One. And this practice, one reason I'm doing is I think probably there are many people who don't even know it exists. This prayer was first translated by a senior nun, Jambachuki Jamyan Womo, and printed at Laudo, and subsequently revised by Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. I think this prayer is by Gomchenla. And Gomchenla, you'll find a little bit about Gomchenla at the back of the Guru Devotion book, Heart of the Path, edited by Venerable Elsa. And the teachings, obviously the peerless supreme teachings of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. And Gomchen was a great meditator, and he's also regarded as being an emanation of Thangtong Gyalpo. So I'm not 100% sure this is him, but this is composed by an emanation of Thangtong Gyalpo. So I will check and find out and give certainty to that. Hopefully next week. And yeah, so it's a very beautiful prayer, and it's a prayer to Chenrezig. There is a very beautiful chanting that goes with it. And so I plan to do that this session. There are about 28 verses. And after each verse, we recite one round of Om Mani Padme Hum. So I could share the screen, but I think if I share the screen, then it will take up the whole screen, and I'm not sure other people will be able to see it. I'm not sure actually. So maybe what I'll do is I'll read it in English this week, and then if I do it again next week, I'll share the screen in case, unless anyone's out there who knows how to share screens and has this text. Otherwise, this week I'll just chant the first verse one time, and then I'll read the English for each verse. And after each verse, we'll recite Om Mani Padme Hum. And the whole time, we will be doing the visualization that not just this prayer wheel in front of me, which has 2 trillion mantra in. Now, that is a lot of mantra, 2 trillion. So Chenrezig Institute has a prayer wheel. I would hazard a guess that there are a certain number of billion in that. Not sure, 64 billion, 100 billion, not sure. This is more than 2 trillion. So it's a lot. And as I turn this, the visualization is that all the prayer wheels in the world are spinning. And inside each of these prayer wheels are just beyond trillion gazillions of mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum mantra. And as the wheel spins, beams and light rays go out from these mantras, and they purify the sickness and causes of sickness and obstacles and obscurations and delusions and negative karmas, spirit harms of all sentient beings, those who are sick, those who passed away, those who are grieving, those who have economic problems. So all beings in the 6 realms, but particularly, of course, focusing on those suffering in the pandemic right now. And of course, the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum is the embodiment of Chenrezig. It is Chenrezig in the form of 6 syllables. So if you later on, if you find this prayer to 6 syllable Great Compassion one, I actually just downloaded it now from Amazon. You can get it from FPMT also. At the back there is a piece by Rinpoche explaining the benefits of reciting this mantra, praying to Chenrezig. I don't have time to read that right now. So with that motivation, I'm going to begin by doing the refuge prayer. Yeah, actually, I need to do the Thangtong Gyalpo refuge prayer in this, because this refuge prayer is also by an emanation of Thangtong Gyalpo, so that's fine. Yeah. So I'll just begin with this text, and when we finish the end, I'm going to recite the prayer. So please generate good motivation, thinking that the reason for doing this practice, and the reason for turning the prayer wheel, and the reason for reciting the Om Mani Padme Hum and visualizing Chenrezig and doing all the various different visualizations, and the reason to do this also is in order to be of greatest benefit to all sentient beings. And what is the way to benefit them most is by being able to completely free them from all their suffering, bring them to a state of perfect, full, total happiness, enlightenment, by helping them to limit all the obstacles and perfect every quality, becoming the same as Chenrezig. And in order to do that, we ourselves must first achieve that state of Chenrezig. And in fact, we are constantly being guided by Chenrezig, because our own gurus, His Holiness Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, there are emanations of Chenrezig. So at the very beginning, we pay homage, visualizing all beings around us, similarly paying homage, and we take refuge in Chenrezig. I prostrate to the great compassionate Lord. Jo tuje chambola chatsalo. Om mani padme hum. First verse. I take refuge in the Savior Chenrezig for the sake of the 6 types of mother transmigrators. I generate bodhicitta. I meditate on love, compassion, joy, and equanimity. I request to the deity, great compassionate one. Gun Chenrezig Kyabje Lama Zopa Jan Yen Je Go Tan Yong La Toje Chambo So Wade Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. From the magical manifestation of the clear concentration on the sphere of emptiness, a cloud of Samantabhadra offerings appears, and unceasingly pervades the whole universe and space. A request to the deity, great compassionate one. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 While all phenomena are empty only, all places become clear and completed. In the celestial mansion of the pure land of the Patala mountain, a request to the deity, great compassionate one. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. In the center, I appear as Chenrezig. My body is white and clear, emitting 100,000 light rays, adorned with the holy signs and exemplifications, with a peaceful and smiling expression, and with a dancing gait. I request to the deity, Great Compassionate One. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. The holy face is Dharmakaya swirled into one drop. The eyes, method and wisdom, are looking with compassion, the eyelids slightly open. The hands are endowed with 4 immeasurable thoughts, soft and flexible, a request to the deity, Great Compassionate One. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 The 2 root hands are prostrating at the heart. Down below, the right hand holds a crystal rosary. Down below, the left hand holds a white lotus. A request to the deity, Great Compassionate One. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 The holy hair is dark blue and bound in a top knot on the crown. The rest is hanging down. The crown is adorned with a blazing jewel, a request to the deity, the Great Compassionate One. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Chenrezig's holy body is adorned with various divine scarves, turban, and clothes. The holy body is completely beautified with many jewel ornaments. The left breast is covered by the skin of an antelope, a request to the deity, Great Compassionate One. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 In each pore of the holy body, there are infinite pure lands. However many infinite pure lands there are completed there, and that many number of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas are abiding. A request to the deity, Great Compassionate One. Oh. mani Om mani Om mani The holy speech, outer and inner, animate and inanimate, including all sounds, are blessed in the six-syllable mantra. Because all is blessed in the six-syllable mantra, it liberates all those who see, hear, touch, or remember it. I request to the deity, the great compassionate one. Om mani Om mani Om mani While the holy mind is not distracted in the state of emptiness, with a non-objectifying great compassion, expressing all six types of mother transmigrators as his children, I request to the deity, great compassionate one. Om mani Om mani Om mani Om mani Chenrezig sits on a white lotus and full moon seat, with his feet in the Vajrapasana. All directions are pervaded by the illumination of his light. I request to the deity, the great compassionate one. Om mani Om mani Om mani At the three places are a white Om, a red R, and deep blue Hum. The symbols clear and radiating, meaning that he is completed in the essence of the three Vajras. I request to the deity, the great compassionate one. Om mani Om mani Om mani From the vitality of his clear mind, light is emitted. Wisdom beings descend like rainfall and are absorbed in the mudra of Samaya inseparable. Our request to the deity, great compassionate one. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Again, light radiates. By inviting the empowering deities, empowered, defilements are purified, and qualities completed. The holy head is adorned with glorified infinite light, Amitabha Buddha. A request to the deity, great compassionate one. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Generally, you love all 6 types of transmigrators as your children. Especially, you're extremely concerned about the snowland transmigrators. To the Savior Chenrezig, I prostrate. A request to the deity, great compassionate one. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 I offer oceans of clouds of offerings, the cause which is actually performed. By this, the condition of the manifestation of concentration, a request to the deity, great compassionate one. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 You are encircled with sublime method and wisdom, and inconceivable qualities of magnificent wisdom. I respectfully praise the compassionate eye-looking one. A request to the deity, great compassionate one. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And the holy heart on a 6-petaled white lotus is a free at the center. Petals are adorned with the 6 syllables. The mantra is making the sound of itself and blessing the radiating beams. A request to the deity, Great Compassionate One. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 The condition of speech recitation pursues. By that the beams of the syllable Shri make offering to the exalted beings. All the blessings are drawn forth and absorbed to oneself. A request to the deity, Great Compassionate One. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Mani mani om, 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 mani mani om. White Om, emitted to the Deva realms, purifies the mental continuum of pride and the suffering of transferring, falling down. The ultimate meaning, the transcendental wisdom of equanimity, is actualized. A request to the deity, great compassionate one. So now we're going through each of the different syllables, visualizing the light rays going out. So remember, as it described in the previous verse, one before that, that every single mantra, each syllable of every single mantra is making its own sound, and is radiating its own sound. So it's making it's the sound of that syllable, each one, and blessing beams that emanate from it. So in this prayer where you have more than 2 trillion of these mantras, all making their own sound, each syllable of each one of those, more than 2 trillion, is making its own sound and beaming out in all directions. And now we go through the different realms, the different syllables, but think that this is happening wherever there is a mantra, on a prayer wheel, on a stone, on a rock, carved, or in numberless prayer wheels, whether they're handheld prayer wheels or big prayer wheels, or self-spinning prayer wheels or whatever. So throughout the entire universe, wherever there is the Om Mani Padme Hum mantra, I think that each syllable is making its own sound going out. White Om, emitted to the Deva realms, purifies the mental continuum of pride and the suffering of transferring, falling down. The ultimate meaning, the transcendental wisdom of equanimity, is actualized. Our request to the deity, great compassionate one. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Green Ma, emitted to the realm of Asuras, purifies the jealous mind and the suffering of fighting and quarreling. The ultimate meaning, the transcendental wisdom of accomplishment, is actualized. A request to the deity, the great compassionate one. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Yellow knee, emitted to the realm of human beings, purifies the mental continuum of doubt and the suffering of being busy and of poverty. The ultimate meaning, the spontaneously arising transcendental wisdom, actualized. A request to the deity, great compassionate one. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Blue pay, emitted to the realm of the animals, purifies the mental continuum of ignorance and the suffering of foolish ignorance. The ultimate meaning, the transcendental wisdom of the sphere of Dharma, is actualized. A request to the deity, great compassionate one. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Red meat, emitted to the realm of the pratas, purifies the mental continuum of attachment and the suffering of hunger and thirst. The ultimate meaning, the discriminating transcendental wisdom, is actualized. A request to the deity, great compassionate one. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Black horn, emitted to the realm of the hells, purifies the mental continuum of hatred and the suffering of heat and cold. The ultimate meaning, the mirror-light transcendental wisdom, is actualized. A request to the deity, great compassionate one. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani mani om, 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 mani mani om. The appearances of the forms of the three worlds are the compassionate looking one. All sound that resonates is the murmur of self-resounding mantra. In the clear light that is held and holding of memory and concepts, I request to the deity, the great compassionate one. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani mani om, 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 mani mani om. O Savior of the snowland, compassionate eye-looking one, I request, please, with compassion, pay attention to your child. Please bless my mental continuum. I request to the deity, great compassionate one. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 All appearance and sound absorbs into the sphere of clear light. The foundation is uncreated, primordial, great seal. The path is not having activity, mental fabrication. Look at the very face of the Arya. Our request to the deity, great compassionate one. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 From the space emptiness pervaded by sky, again instantly arises the holy body of the Arya and engages in the work of the transmigratory beings with loving kindness and compassion. A request to the deity, great compassionate one. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Mani. Due to the force of virtue collected in the 3 times, including this meditation recitation, may I totally liberate the 6 realms of migratory beings, mothers, from the abyss of samsara. I request to the deity, great compassionate one. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Whenever the appearance of this life changes, may I be born in the Western Great Bliss Field and quickly achieve the state of enlightenment. I request to the deity, great compassionate one. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 By the blessing whose essence is the refuge, the 3 rare sublime ones, the Savior, compassionate eye-looking one, may all the directions and all times be auspicious and have happiness and goodness. I request to the deity, great compassionate one. Onya kancho sonyi no kan Chenrezig like John Rashid La Toje Chamo O Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So that concludes the prayer to the 6th syllable Great Compassionate One, and so it wasn't composed by Gomchen Na, it was composed by Sotrim Zangpo, a nation of Thangtong Gyalpo, who lived for 130 years. And now we'll recite, having done the refuge and the money mantra many times, now do the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Yeah. So then dedication prayers. Whatever way you appear, Chenrezig, with whatever retinue, lifespan, Pure Land, whatever noble and holy name you may take, may I and others attain only these. Due to all the merits of 3 times collected by me, Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and all other sentient beings, may I be able to offer skies of benefit to all sentient beings, just as Chenrezig does, by having the same qualities within me as Chenrezig, whose mere name liberates sentient beings from the dangers of samsara and peace, and brings them to enlightenment. Due to all the merits of 3 times collected by me, Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and all other sentient beings, may any dying person, just by seeing me, hearing me, thinking about me, by my being there with the person for whom I pray, may it immediately stop the fear of death, and may the mind be filled with incredible joy. May they be reborn in a pure land, or receive a perfect human body, and be able to meet with a perfect Mahayana Guru, receive perfect Mahayana teachings, and achieve enlightenment. May this also happen for all those who have died in this pandemic, all those for whom I've done prayers, and all those who are sick. Due to all 3-time merits collected by me, Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and all other sentient beings which are totally non-existent from their own side, may the I, which is also totally non-existent from its own side, achieve Guru Chenrezig's enlightenment, which is totally non-existent from its own side, lead all sentient beings who are totally non-existent from their own side to that enlightenment which is totally non-existent from its own side, myself alone, who is also totally non-existent from its own side. Then the long life prayers for His Holiness Rinpoche. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparable kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Then Rinpoche, through illuminating all, your appearance dispels the darkness. Your clear mind knows the 84,000 heaps of Dharma, power of the remedy to the 84,000 delusions. Your proclaiming dependent arising itself is victorious in battle with the Maras. I worship the supremely kind great Vajradhara on my crown, clarifying the scriptures and realizations, teachings of the Muni. You spread and illuminate those teachings wherever they have not yet spread in the world. Having become an actual son of the conquerors, you bear hardships with patience. In your continuum is realization, perfection of wisdom, and rising. Precious you, O Lord, possessing love and compassion, who liberates upon seeing. Treasure of mastery, the all arising, interpretive, and definitive scriptures. Supremely great among the great, fully comprehending and clarifying the meaning of sentence and compassion. You guide all beings in the path to liberation. Perfectly qualified spiritual friend, my Guru, please remain forever. She who protects from the fears of the 3 times Aryatara, please increase the lifespans and activities of the beings who preserve the holy Dharma, and always without separation develop their spontaneous actions by the infallible deities of the 3 roots. May all be auspicious. I hope that's exactly on time. Not a second too much, not a second too little. and Venerable Gendon.
Hello.
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 You're the G.
I'm
You're
the G,
the G
yes.
with the mystery.
That's right,
The
I'm the
mystery
G.
monk. You're the G, man.
No, wait.
Okay,
Oh,
so
you got the
no chit chat, right?
veils
Straight
of
on the
inherent
job.
existence. No, I mean, is that your room? It's a really nice room. Huh?
Can you see my room?
I see the statues of the prayer wheel going around.
Oh yeah, the prayer wheel. That's mine. Yeah, that's mine. I live on the altar, don't I?
Yeah, that's you. Very nice.
Yeah, well, it's just a guest house room, but I'm fortunate that I had pictures and statues, and I mean, the whole Kathmandu Valley is so holy. It's just crazy.
You're living in all.
You just go on the roof, and I know. I mean, I just go on the roof, and I put my hands together, and I just walk in a circle 3 times and prostrate to everything, because I mean, the whole valley. I mean, is there a more holy valley? It's so blessed by all the Buddhas, and there are so many holy objects. I was saying earlier today, I mean, there are 3 statues here, which are 3 of the 5 brothers who are considered to be actual Chenrezig are here, and you can just go and visit them when the pandemic's not on.
You got
and then, of course, all
you
the
can
gurus.
do Kora. You can do Kora now. Can you go around the stupa?
Well, you'd have to make a big loop. No, they've shut down the stupa, because otherwise everybody goes. They lost control, and they're replacing the flagstones. So I hope they're also doing something about the drainage, because monsoon is coming.
Oh yes.
And you can swim around the stupa when monsoon comes.
No.
So I hope they're fixing the drainage. Yeah.
And Kopan is open, or what's happened to Kopan?
Kopan is very, very closed. It's even more closed than it has been, and it's even when you're there, it's quite very, very. They're being I think they got a bit of a shock. They're being very careful, but it's closed here also. It's you get fined if you don't wear a mask. Yeah.
Okay, we'll talk tomorrow, because I'll check about coming.
Talk tomorrow, because I mean it'll be interesting for me to discuss too, because I'm finishing off the program with Geshe Graham, and then I'd like probably do some retreat myself. So I'm myself thinking about different places and where I'd like to be, and
right. Okay.
So everything's good at Nalanda?
Yeah. So we're opening up now. Our curfews have been lifted slowly. We can go to town. We can travel. Yeah. Now it's relaxing. Most of the monks have got the vaccine, I think. Yeah, most of them.
Well, send any spares out here.
Yeah, I'll bring some with me. I took the one shot. One. The Janssen one.
I won't take any more of your precious time, because you're going to guide prayers. Right. But we'll talk tomorrow, yeah?
Okay.
Be nice.
See you. Bye.
Yeah. Take care. Bye.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm Tenzing Yen from Nalanda Monastery in France. It's 6 o'clock in the afternoon, in the evening. Okay, so let's get ready for the next set of prayers. So please adjust your posture, make sure you're comfortable, and then take your awareness to the breathing, the natural process of your breathing, without trying to control the breath, and just abide on the breath. Keep the mind focused on the breath for a while. And try not to put any energy into the thoughts that are just coming and going in your consciousness. Just let them go by, and just keep the mind focused on the breath. And then remind ourselves of what we're actually looking for in life is kind of a stable happiness. And we can see that really comes about when our minds are disciplined, controlled, where there are no afflictions at all. So we've already tasted in our lives when we've had peaceful states of mind, love and compassion and patience, and the afflictions don't bother us, they don't control us. So imagine a state where we have no afflictions, no danger of these disturbing emotions coming in our mind at all. So that kind of freedom, that kind of peace is possible because there are different antidotes for these afflictions, these disturbing emotions. It's just a matter of training our minds to put those antidotes more and more, and especially into the wisdom, that intelligence that understands the misconception of the self as a complete lie. And once we break that, all the afflictions fall apart. So we can put effort, we can put joy and effort into knowing that we have now got into touch with teachings, methods to show us that that wisdom. And it's just up to a matter of us trying to put that into practice. So how wonderful that would be. And we surround ourselves with all sentient beings. So we start with our parents, relatives, friends, and all the other beings, all the other billions of humans, and all the other realms. And I think they've all been created due to karma and afflictions. So how wonderful if they were also able to get rid of all these disturbing emotions from the root, especially taking away this misconception of the self. How wonderful that would be. I think so even now with this particular virus dominating our lives at the moment, this world, again comes to karma and afflictions. So wonderful that can be completely pacified, all the different levels of suffering that come due to this. People passing away, people getting sick, people getting scared of taking vaccines, people getting scared of losing their jobs, people losing their family and friends. Let's try and do this practice advised by Rinpoche for all these sentient beings going through all these difficulties. So in front of us we visualize 1,000 armed Avalokiteshvara, the Buddha of compassion. So in essence our main teachers, our root gurus, are taking this particular form. And countless light rays going out from his holy body to touch all living beings. So then we take refuge in this being, and thinking that we're actually taking refuge also in our ultimate enlightened state, that what we will become one day to benefit beings, this kind of purified, realized mind. How wonderful that would be. So it's just a matter of time and effort, how much we're willing to put into gaining that kind of state of mind. So all sentient beings, my mothers, for infinite life space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, the Yidams, the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, for infinite life space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, the Yidams, the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, for infinite life space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, Yidams, the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, for infinite life space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, or infinite life space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, infinite life space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So stay a few moments in that. Integrate those words with our minds, taking this wholehearted trust in all the methods the Dharma is given by the enlightened beings as a remedy to heal our disturbing emotions, like a medicine. And we trust in that medicine, and we promise to take it to remedy ourselves, to heal ourselves, and eventually heal all sentient beings. And then the light rays are going out from his holy body. So if you can, at the level of the heart of Chenrezig, the mantra Mane Padme Hum. And as it turns, light rays are being radiated out from the mantra, again touching every living being. Imagine all their difficulty, all their suffering, all their anxiety, whatever sickness they have, whatever worries they have is completely pacified. And they meet the conditions that heal them, heal their mental worries, heal their physical sickness, and also the conditions where they can actually meet the holy Dharma, all the antidotes that we're talking about, the Dharma that we put our trust in. May they also meet these precious teachings and have faith and put trust in those antidotes and make an effort to change. So we say the mantra. Imagine the light rays visualized, radiating out, pacifying all the suffering. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Omane bemu, amane bemu, amane bemu. Omane bemu, amane bemu, amane bemu, amane bemu. Omane bemu, amane bemu, amane bemu. Omane bemu, amane bemu, amane bemu, amane. Omane bemu, amane bemu, amane. Omane bemu, amane bemu. Omane bemu, amane bemu, amane bemu, amane bemu. Omane bemu, amane bemu, amane. Omane bemu, amane bemu, amane bemu, amane bemu. Omane bemu, amane bemu, amane bemu. Omane bemu, amane bemu. Omane bemu, amane bemu, amane bemu, amane. Omane bemu, amane bemu, amane bemu, amane. Omane bemu. I request strongly from our heart to have Avalokiteshvara in front of us, so in nature, in essence, our main teacher. Please grant blessings for us to have all the realizations of the path, the Lam Ring, and quickly attain that purified, realized state to benefit all these beings around us in such difficult situations in samsara. Then we say the actual prayer. Send me all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. In whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and Three Jewels, the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of his name terrify beings, as though they be placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and Three Jewels, the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of his name terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and Three Jewels, the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of his name terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and Three Jewels, the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of his names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of the Gurus and Three Jewels, the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we do a quick dedication. So from generating refuge, generating bodhicitta, visualizing Avalokiteshvara in front of us, saying the mantra of Manipur Hum, and then saying the actual prayer. So all this positive energy be accumulated. So we dedicate now for all the wishes of His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche to be fulfilled immediately. May all wars, religious conflicts and disharmony in the world be pacified. May all epidemics be eliminated. So thinking especially of the virus. May all the activities of the FPMT be most beneficial for the sixth realm sentient beings and for the flourishing of the Buddha's teaching. May all FPMT projects be free of all obstacles and succeed immediately, especially the Maitreya project, the Padma Sambhava project for peace. And may we be able to complete all the realizations of heart in order to be able to free all sentient beings from suffering and lead them to enlightenment. May all our virtuous temporal wishes for ourselves, family, friends, and so forth be fulfilled. May all those who died either be reborn in a pure land where they can become enlightened, or at least take a perfect human rebirth. So especially we think of people we know, friends, family members, passed away. May all those who are sick and suffering receive whatever help they need. And again, especially people we know, friends, family members who are going through difficulty. Dedication for His Holiness a long life. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling angel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subdued moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime words, Savior of myself and others, your disciples. Please, Lord God. Thank you very much. Monsieur Tenzin Donyu.
Yeah, this is me.
Hi.
Okay,
See you.
now we continue in French
Okay,
with my friends.
good.
And thank you, and
Thank you.
maybe see you next time.
Yes. Hope to see you soon.
Okay.
Good night.
Good night. Et ben voilà, donc j'ai réussi à me connecter, j'ai quelques soucis, mais on y est. Et donc je vais essayer le partage d'écran. Et il semblerait que pour une partie j'y arrive. Et donc on va commencer tout de suite. Hein, je suis content que tout le monde soit là, enfin que beaucoup de gens soient là comme d'habitude. Et donc nous sommes toujours à faire cette pratique pour venir en aide à notre manière à tous les gens qui souffrent du fait de la pandémie. Hein. Et bien qu'on ait l'impression que la pandémie s'apaise sous nos latitudes, j'ai eu encore des nouvelles de quelqu'un du Népal et en ce moment là-bas, c'est très très difficile, hein, avec en plus toute la difficulté de l'éloignement, du manque de moyens, etc. Donc, même si pour nous en Occident, on pense se diriger vers un été presque normal, la pandémie n'est pas terminée. Il y a des parties du monde où elle sévit encore d'une façon assez dure, hein, en provoquant des ravages parmi les gens qui perdent leur travail, les activités qui ferment, les hôpitaux qui sont surchargés et parfois loin, et les gens qui ne peuvent pas se déplacer pour acheter, pour faire leurs courses, etc. Donc bien qu'il paraisse que ça aille mieux, c'est pas partout comme ça, et donc nous sommes nous faisons bien de nous retrouver encore toutes les semaines pour essayer de faire quelque chose en apportant nos prières et nos dédicaces. Et donc, c'est en raison de ça, en raison de ça que, avec la compassion infinie de Chenrezig, nous allons faire ces pratiques pour contrer cette vague de négativité qui est née de l'ignorance. Et nous allons essayer de répandre cette vague d'énergie positive née de la compassion. Et nous commençons par faire cette courte méditation sur les 4 pensées incommensurables. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres demeuraient dans l'équanimité, libres de l'attachement qui les rapproche des uns et de la haine qui les éloigne des autres. Puisse-t-il demeurer ainsi? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'il demeure dans cet état? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ça serait merveilleux si tous les êtres obtenaient le bonheur suprême de l'éveil et les causes de ce bonheur, puissent-ils les obtenir? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'ils les obtiennent? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ça serait merveilleux si tous les êtres étaient libérés de la souffrance et des causes de la souffrance. Puissent-ils en être libérés? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'ils en soient libérés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres n'étaient jamais séparés du bonheur des renaissances supérieures et de la libération. Puissent-ils ne jamais en être séparés? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils n'en soient jamais séparés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et donc, ayant généré ce sentiment de compassion vis-à-vis des êtres, maintenant nous nous tournons vers Chenrezig, que nous allons invoquer tout à l'heure par la prière et le mantra. Chenrezig, que nous voyons au-dessus de notre tête et de celle des êtres existant dans tout l'espace. Et donc au-dessus, il y a un lotus blanc. Sur ce lotus blanc, il y a un disque de lune. Et dessus, il y a la lettre Ri, de laquelle apparaît Chenrezig, le noble Chenrezig. Chenrezig est blanc, lumineux. C'est le symbole même de la pureté et de l'amour. Il diffuse des rayons de 5 couleurs. Son sourire est magnifique. Son regard est plein de compassion. Et de ses 4 mains, les 2 premières sont jointes et les autres tiennent un rosaire de cristal et un lotus blanc. Il est paré de soieries et d'ornements de joyaux. Une peau de biche couvre son épaule et le Bouddha de lumière infinie couronne sa tête. Donc il est assis dans la posture adamantine, dans la posture du Vajra, du lotus complet. Il est adossé à une lune immaculée. Et donc tel que nous le voyons, c'est vraiment l'ensemble, le symbole de tout le refuge réuni. Et donc on essaie de garder Est-ce que vous voyez la prière? Non. Voilà, donc une fois sur deux, ça ne marche pas, mais là ça va marcher. Voilà. Et donc, on va passer à la prière. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Et donc maintenant, en ayant vraiment présent à l'esprit la présence de Chenrezig au-dessus de nous, donc nous allons nous adresser à lui en récitant le mantra donc, qui est un hommage. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Et donc on récite la prière comme d'habitude avec une strophe et puis quelques mantras et ainsi de suite. Puissent toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves. Ah, j'avais dit qu'on disait le mantra. Donc, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves qui, tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le seigneur de la mort. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Puissent toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Par la compassion des maîtres, des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des dakinis, des gardiens et des protecteurs du dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent dédicaces et prières être pleinement exaucées. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Et donc nous avons le temps, nous repartons depuis le début. Puis toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir dans ce monde. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. 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 Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves qui, tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, séparent le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le seigneur de la mort. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement affligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Par la compassion des maîtres, des 3 rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent dédicaces et prières être pleinement exaucées. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Peut-être on peut lire une dernière fois la prière toute seule. Puissent toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies, les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir séparent le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le seigneur de la mort. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Puissent toutes les souffrances, dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Par la compassion des maîtres et des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent dédicaces et prières être pleinement exaucées. Et donc là maintenant, nous avons terminé la prière à Chenrezig, la prière de Thangtong Gyalpo. On peut de nouveau aller voir la dédicace. Puisse le joyeux suprême de la bodhicitta naître là où il n'est pas né, ne pas dégénérer là où il est déjà né, mais s'accroître de plus en plus. Grâce aux mérites accumulés par les actions vertueuses, puissais-je rapidement atteindre l'état d'un maître Bouddha et conduire tous les êtres sans exception à cet état d'éveil. Grâce aux mérites des 3 temps accumulés par moi-même, les Bouddhas, les Bodhisattvas et tous les êtres puissent les guerres, la famine, la torture, la pauvreté, les problèmes économiques et tous les dangers liés à la terre, à l'eau, au feu et au vent être immédiatement pacifiés. Et puissent la paix et le bonheur parfait remplir le cœur et la vie de chacun. Puissent les enseignements du Bouddha durer longtemps et puissent les êtres de ce monde rencontrer les enseignements du Bouddha et atteindre l'éveil aussi vite que possible. Grâce au mérite du passé, du présent et de l'avenir créé par moi-même, au mérite des 3 temps accumulés par les innombrables Bouddhas, les innombrables êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre, puissais-je, moi qui suis entièrement vide d'existence propre, atteindre l'état de plein éveil qui est entièrement vide d'existence propre et mener tous les êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre vers cet état qui est entièrement vide d'existence propre, uniquement par moi-même qui suis entièrement vide d'existence propre. Et maintenant la prière de longue vie pour sa sainteté le Dalai Lama. Gandhi Rawe Kawe Chinkandi Pendan Dewa Manu Jungweni Chenrezig Tenjin Yatsoi Shape Site Partout Tenyuchi. Et la prière de longue vie de Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Vous qui maintenant, à l'attitude du conquérant, soutenant, préservant et propageant l'enseignement de Lama Tsongkhapa, œuvrez comme le serviteur imperturbable de toutes choses, vous qui êtes accomplis par la force de vos excellentes aspirations, qui rendent hommage aux 3 rares et sublimes, veuillez demeurer longtemps comme mon sauveur et celui de vos autres disciples. Et voilà, donc là nous avons terminé pour ce soir cette belle pratique. Merci d'avoir participé à vous tous.
Merci.
Et au revoir.
Merci.
Au revoir.
Demain,
Merci.
bonsoir.
Au revoir.
Bonsoir à tous.
Bonsoir.
Now it's you, Vénérable Nandre Mahet.
Bonsoir Claudine.
Bonsoir.
Ok,
Bonjour tout le monde.
bonjour et see you next time. Ok, bye bye. Bye bye.
Au revoir.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Allez. So, dann begrüße ich alle für die deutschsprachige Sitzung, and I apologize to those who tune in now expecting an English version, but now the next half hour will be in German. Mein Name ist Thupten Römer, ich bin in Deutschland in der Nähe von München. Wir machen diesen Gebetsmarathon schon sehr lange und das Ziel dieses 24-stündigen Betens ist, die Welt zu heilen. Wir wollen die Welt heilen. In erster Linie, der Anlass ist die Pandemie. Es sieht so aus, als klingt sie ab. Zumindest in Deutschland haben wir sehr niedrige Fallzahlen. Wir haben sehr, sehr viele Lockerungen. Es sieht so aus, als kehrten wir zur Normalität zurück. Und das ist es genau. Jetzt ist es vorbei. Es sieht zumindest so aus. Und jetzt ist wieder alles normal. Und jetzt können wir wieder unseren gewohnten Dingen nachgehen. Wir können uns mit Freunden treffen. Bis zum nächsten Mal. Bis die nächste Katastrophe passiert. Denn woran sind wir denn wirklich krank? Nicht an dem Virus alleine. Das ist das Virus, diese Krankheit, ob es uns nun persönlich mit Symptomen betroffen hat, denn in der einen oder anderen Weise hat es uns alle betroffen. Das ist unser gereiftes Karma. Und zwar ein negatives Karma. Und woraus entsteht es? Aufgrund der Verblendung. Und die Verblendung, die Ursache der Verblendung ist das Greifen nach Eigenständigkeit, nach einem eigenen Ich, das immer etwas haben will, das konkret ist, das separiert ist von anderen, das man denkt, nichts ist abhängig, man vergisst es, man untersucht nicht. Und daraus entstehen all die Verblendungen. Aufgrund der Verblendungen handeln wir schaffen negatives Karma und wir erfahren die Konsequenzen. Und die Konsequenzen von negativen Handlungen ist immer Leid, Schmerz, Unangenehmes, Unzufriedenheit. Etwas, das nicht zufriedenstellt. Das ist das Leid, an dem wir alle erkrankt sind, die Verblendungen. Aber wir wollen die Welt heilen. Wir heilen sie, indem wir uns selbst heilen. Und wie machen wir das? Indem wir dem Buddha folgen. Buddha Shakyamuni war einmal genau wie ich. Er hatte Probleme, er hatte Leiden, er hatte gute Zeiten, aber er hat das Dharma erkannt. Er hat die Dinge begriffen, er hat die Realität begriffen, er hat Liebe und Mitgefühl entwickelt und er hat immer weiter praktiziert. Er hat alle Verblendungen überwunden und alle Qualitäten erreicht. Aber dabei hat er es nicht belassen, denn er hat uns die Methoden gelehrt, damit wir so werden können wie er, damit wir frei sind, damit wir glücklich sind, damit wir gesund sind und damit wir andere heilen können. Und dann stelle ich mir im Raum Buddha Shakyamuni vor. Er hat einen goldenen Körper aus Licht, strahlend, die rechte Hand in der Erdberührungsmudra, die linke in der meditativen Konzentration, hält eine Schale mit Nektar. Er trägt die Roben eines vollordinierten Mönches. Er hat schwarz gelocktes Haar mit einer Scheitelkrone, lange, schmale Augen und er lächelt uns liebevoll an. Und Buddha Shakyamuni ist meine Zuflucht. Warum? Weil er den Weg gegangen ist und alle Ziele erreicht hat und die Methoden lehrt. Und wenn ich die Methoden befolge, wenn ich das Dharma umsetze, dann werde ich so sein wie er. Und nicht nur für mich alleine, sondern ich will alle heilen, ich will die Welt heilen. Und deswegen nehme ich Zuflucht. Ich nehme Zuflucht zum Buddha, zum Dharma und zur Sangha. Alle fühlenden Wesen, meine Mütter, die so zahlreich sind wie der Raum unendlich weit, nehmen Zuflucht zum kostbaren Guru Buddha. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zum Buddha, zum Dharma und zum Sangha. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zu der Versammlung von Gurus, Idams und Dakinis. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zu der leeren Klarheit unseres eigenen Geistes, dem Dharmakaya. Alle fühlenden Wesen, meine Mütter, die so zahlreich sind wie der Raum unendlich weit, nehmen Zuflucht zum kostbaren Guru Buddha. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zum Buddha, zum Dharma und zum Sangha. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zu der Versammlung von Gurus, Idams und Dakinis. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zu der leeren Klarheit unseres eigenen Geistes, dem Dharmakaya. Alle fühlenden Wesen, meine Mütter, die so zahlreich sind wie der Raum unendlich weit, nehmen Zuflucht zum kostbaren Guru Buddha. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zum Buddha, zum Dharma und zum Sangha. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zu der Versammlung von Gurus, Idams und Dakinis. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zu der leeren Klarheit unseres eigenen Geistes, dem Dharmakaya. Und dann lasse ich in mir selbst ein Gefühl des Wohlbefindens aufsteigen. Und ich sage zu mir selbst, möge ich glücklich sein, möge es mir gut gehen, möge ich mich wohlfühlen. Und während ich das zu mir sage, lasse ich genau das in mir aufsteigen. Ein Gefühl des Wohlbefindens, des Glücks, der Zufriedenheit. Möge ich glücklich sein. Möge es mir gut gehen. Möge ich mich wohlfühlen. Und dann stelle ich mir die Personen vor, die ganz offensichtlich unter dieser Situation leiden, unter der Pandemie, diejenigen, die im Krankenhaus sind, die keinen Besuch empfangen dürfen, immer noch nicht, in den Pflegeheimen, die vernachlässigt sind, weil sie keine sozialen oder nur ganz wenig soziale Kontakte haben, diejenigen, die in finanzielle Not geraten sind, diejenigen, die Angst vor der Zukunft haben, diejenigen, die so ganz offensichtlich leiden. Und ihnen wünsche ich genau dasselbe. Mögest du glücklich sein. Möge es dir gut gehen. Mögest du dich wohlfühlen. Und das Wohlbefinden und Zufriedenheit, das ich in mir selbst habe, sende ich aus zu all diesen Wesen. Und ich spüre, dass sie es empfangen. Mögest du glücklich sein. Möge es dir gut gehen. Mögest du dich wohlfühlen. Mögest du gesund sein. Und dann stelle ich mir jemand vor, der oder die mich irritiert, mit dem ich Schwierigkeiten habe. Jemand, der oder die vielleicht rücksichtslos ist, zornig ist. So wie die letzte Woche, die diese Sitzung gecrashed haben. Und genau so wie vorher, aus ganzem Herzen wünsche ich dieser Person oder Personen, mögest du glücklich sein. Möge es dir gut gehen. Mögest du dich wohlfühlen. Und ich spüre, wie aus meinem ganzen Wesen das Glück und das Wohlbefinden und die Zufriedenheit ausgeht und auf diese Menschen trifft und sie es empfangen können. Mögest du glücklich sein. Möge es dir gut gehen. Mögest du dich wohlfühlen. Und dann stelle ich mir so meinen gewöhnlichen Tagesablauf vor. Und wie wunderbar wäre es, wenn ich jedem einzelnen Menschen mit dieser Einstellung begegnen könnte. Jede einzelne Person, nicht nur die Menschen, auch die Tiere, jedes Wesen, das mir begegnet, wenn ich aus tiefstem Herzen dieser Person, diesem Wesen wünsche, mögest du glücklich sein, möge es dir gut gehen, mögest du dich wohlfühlen. Und dann kommt Buddha Shakyamuni über meine Scheitelkrone und aus seinem Herzen gehen Licht- und Nektarstrahlen aus und gehen in mich ein, reinigen meinen ganzen Körper, mein ganzes Bewusstsein. Mein Körper wird so klar wie Licht. Und Buddha Shakyamuni wird immer kleiner, löst sich selbst in Licht auf, geht ein in mich selbst. Mein Körper wird zu Licht. Und mein Bewusstsein wird eins mit dem erleuchteten Bewusstsein von Buddha Shakyamuni. Und das erleuchtete Bewusstsein, mein Bewusstsein, eins mit dem erleuchteten Bewusstsein, nimmt selbst die Gestalt von Buddha Shakyamuni an. In meinem Herzen ist eine Mondscheibe, darauf die Silbe Hum und um die Silbe Hum das Om Mani Padme Hum Mantra. Und während wir das Om Mani Padme Hum Mantra rezitieren oder singen, gehen von der Silbe Hum und dem Mantra Licht- und Nektarstrahlen aus und treffen auf jedes einzelne Wesen, sodass jedes einzelne Wesen erfüllt ist von dem Licht und Nektar und alle Verblendungen, alle Verdunkelungen werden bereinigt. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Alles negative Karma ist vollständig bereinigt. Alle Krankheiten werden überwunden und alle Wesen sind erfüllt von einem tiefen Frieden. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Alle Ängste, Einsamkeit, Verzweiflung sind vollständig befriedet und alle Wesen sind erfüllt mit Zuversicht, mit Hoffnung und mit Zuneigung füreinander. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Alle Ärger, alle Rücksichtslosigkeit, alle Selbstbezogenheit wird vollständig überwunden und alle Wesen sind erfüllt von Verständnis, von Harmonie, von liebevoller Zuneigung zueinander. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Alle Wesen sind tief erfüllt vom Segen und dadurch sind sie offen für das Dharma. Sie treffen qualifizierte Mahayana-Lehrer. Sie erhören das Dharma, sie wenden es an. Sie erreichen alle Realisierungen des Stufenweges, bereinigen alle Negativitäten, alle Verblendungen, erreichen alle Qualitäten und werden selbst zum Buddha. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Und dann sprechen wir das eigentliche Gebet 3-mal. Mögen alle Leiden, die das Bewusstsein der fühlenden Wesen traurig stimmen, die entstanden sind durch Karma und zeitweilige Bedingungen, wie Schäden durch Graha-Geister, Krankheiten und Bhutas, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Möge jegliches Leiden durch lebensbedrohliche Krankheiten, die, so wie ein Metzger ein Tier zum Schlachtblock führt, Körper und Geist in einem Moment trennen, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von akuten, chronischen und anderen epidemischen Krankheiten, deren bloßes Hören ihres Namens die Wesen in Angst und Schrecken versetzt, so als ob sie in den Schlundyamas des Herrn des Todes geraten wären. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von den 80.000 Arten von Schädigern, den 360 bösen Geistern, die plötzlich zuschlagen, den 424 Krankheiten und so weiter. Möge jegliches Leiden, verursacht durch Beeinträchtigung der 4 Elemente, die Körper und Geist jedes Glück entziehen, vollständig befriedet sein. Und möge Körper und Geist Glanz und Kraft besitzen, so wie langes Leben, Gesundheit und Wohlbefinden. Durch das Mitgefühl der Gurus und der 3 Juwelen, durch die Macht der Dakinis, Dharma, Beschützer und Wächter und die Kraft der Wahrheit, der Unfehlbarkeit von Karma und dessen Wirkung, mögen sich all diese Widmungen und Gebete erfüllen. Mögen alle Leiden, die das Bewusstsein der fühlenden Wesen traurig stimmen, die entstanden sind durch Karma und zeitweilige Bedingungen, wie Schäden durch Graha-Geister, Krankheiten und Bhutas, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Möge jegliches Leiden durch lebensbedrohliche Krankheiten, die, so wie ein Metzger ein Tier zum Schlachtblock führt, Körper und Geist in einen Moment trennen, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von akuten, chronischen und anderen epidemischen Krankheiten, deren bloßes Hören ihres Namens die Wesen in Angst und Schrecken versetzt, so als ob sie in den Schlundyamas des Herrn des Todes geraten wären. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von den 80.000 Arten von Schädigern, den 360 bösen Geistern, die plötzlich zuschlagen, den 424 Krankheiten und so weiter. Möge jegliches Leiden, verursacht durch Beeinträchtigung der 4 Elemente, die Körper und Geist jedes Glück entziehen, vollständig befriedet sein. Und möge Körper und Geist Glanz und Kraft besitzen, so wie langes Leben, Gesundheit und Wohlbefinden. Durch das Mitgefühl der Gurus und der 3 Juwelen, durch die Macht der Dakinis, Dharma, Beschützer und Wächter und die Kraft der Wahrheit, der Unfehlbarkeit von Karma und dessen Wirkung, mögen sich all diese Widmungen und Gebete erfüllen. Mögen alle Leiden, die das Bewusstsein der fühlenden Wesen traurig stimmen, die entstanden sind durch Karma und zeitweilige Bedingungen, wie Schäden durch Graha-Geister, Krankheiten und Bhutas, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Möge jegliches Leiden durch lebensbedrohliche Krankheiten, die, so wie ein Metzger ein Tier zum Schlachtblock führt, Körper und Geist in einem Moment trennen, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von akuten, chronischen und anderen epidemischen Krankheiten, deren bloßes Hören ihres Namens die Wesen in Angst und Schrecken versetzt, so als ob sie in den Schlundyamas des Herrn des Todes geraten wären. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von den 80.000 Arten von Schädigern, den 360 bösen Geistern, die plötzlich zuschlagen, den 424 Krankheiten und so weiter. Möge jegliches Leiden, verursacht durch Beeinträchtigung der 4 Elemente, die Körper und Geist jedes Glück entziehen, vollständig befriedet sein. Und möge Körper und Geist Glanz und Kraft besitzen, so wie langes Leben, Gesundheit und Wohlbefinden. Durch das Mitgefühl der Gurus und der 3 Juwelen, durch die Macht der Dakinis, Dharma, Beschützer und Wächter und die Kraft der Wahrheit, der Unfehlbarkeit von Karma und dessen Wirkung, mögen sich all diese Widmungen und Gebete erfüllen. Möge wer den kostbaren, höchsten Erleuchtungsgeist noch nicht entwickelt hat, ihn entwickeln, und wer ihn entwickelt hat, ihn nie verringern, sondern immer weiter entfalten. Möge wer die kostbare, höchste Erkenntnis der Leerheit noch nicht entwickelt hat, sie entwickeln, und wer sie entwickelt hat, sie nie verringern, sondern immer weiter entfalten. Wie viele kranke Wesen es auch gibt, mögen sie rasch befreit sein von aller Krankheit. Mögen alle Krankheiten der wandernden Wesen ohne Ausnahme niemals wieder auftreten. In allen meinen Leben, niemals getrennt von den vollkommenen Gurus, möge ich das herrliche Dharma genießen. Und durch die Vollendung der Qualitäten der Stufen und Pfade möge ich rasch den Zustand Vajradharas erreichen. So wie Erde, Feuer, Wasser und Wind, Medizin und die Bäume im Wald, möge ich immer genutzt werden von den fühlenden Wesen, so wie sie es sich wünschen, ohne Widerstand. Möge ich fühlende Wesen so stark wertschätzen wie mein eigenes Leben. Mögen fühlende Wesen mich wertschätzen. Möge alle negatives Karma an mir reifen und mögen alle meine Verdienste ihnen zukommen. Der mutige Manjushri und Samantabhadra sahen, wie es ist. Um ihnen zu folgen, widme ich ebenso alle heilsamen Aktivitäten auf beste Weise. So wie die siegreichen Buddhas aller 3 Zeiten dem widmeten, was als das Höchste gepriesen, so widme auch ich alle Wurzeln des Heilsamen ganz dem edlen Bodhisattva-Verhalten. Doch alle Verdienste der 3 Zeiten, angesammelt von mir, den Buddhas, Bodhisattvas und allen Wesen, möge von jetzt an, welche Handlung auch immer ich ausführe, welche Erfahrungen auch immer ich mache, Höhen und Tiefen, Glück oder Leid, Gesundheit oder Krankheit, Gewinn oder Verlust, Reichtum oder Armut, Lob oder Kritik, Leben oder Tod, sogar Wiedergeburt in den Höllen, was auch immer mir geschieht, mögen alle Erfahrungen in meinem Leben höchst nutzbringend sein, und indem ich selbst Erleuchtung erlange, möge ich alle Wesen dazu bringen, so rasch wie möglich die Erleuchtung zu erlangen. Solange wie der Raum besteht, solange wie es lebende Wesen gibt, so lange möge auch ich verweilen und ihr Leid zum Aufhören bringen. Und dann noch die langen Lebensgebete, denn ohne unsere Lehrer wären wir gar nichts. An das wunschgewährende, wunscherfüllende Juwel, Quelle von allem Nutzen und Glück in dieser Welt, an den unvergleichlich gütigen Tenzin Gyatso richte ich meine Bitten und mögen sich all deine heiligen Wünsche sogleich erfüllen. Für Lama Zopa Rinpoche, mögest du, der die Verhaltensweisen des Erhabenen aufrechterhält und die siegreiche Lehre des sanften Beschützers bewahrt, hütet, ausbreitet, alles auf sich nimmt, sie zu festigen und die Segenskraft der Ehrung der 3 höchsten Juwelen erfüllt, zu unserem, deiner Schüler Schutz ständig verweilen. Und für all unsere Lehrer mögen die großartigen spirituellen Meister ein langes, gesundes Leben haben. Mögen die Wesen überall, so weit der Weltraum reicht, glücklich sein. Mögen ich und alle anderen ausnahmslos Heilsames entwickeln und beseitigen, was uns verdunkelt. Und möge uns der Segen zuteil werden, rasch die Buddhaschaft zu erlangen. Dann bedanke ich mich recht herzlich bei allen, die bei der deutschsprachigen Sitzung mitgemacht haben und bei allen, die diese 24 Stunden gestalten, in welcher Form auch immer. And then I hand over to Agata and to the Italian group. I hope you're all well. Agata, you don't have your mic on. Agata, you have to put on your microphone.
Yes, thank you. I am just arrived in Puglia, in South India. Just, I cannot believe that I am here.
Oh, you're in India?
Yes, no, in India, no, in Puglia, Puglia, Sud Italy.
Ah, I see, I see.
Just arrived here now.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for your pictures.
Okay, then have a beautiful session. Goodbye,
Yes,
see you next
also
week.
for you. Yes, thank you. We see Saturday. Ciao. Buongiorno, è incredibile, ma sono arrivata adesso, in questo preciso momento, a Santa Maria al Bagno a accompagnare una mia amica, quindi riesco a condurre la sessione. Ok. Iniziamo Ok, iniziamo subito con la respirazione in 9 cicli. Per purificare le nadi e il nostro stato mentale, che per eliminare business e tutto quello che ci ha provocato ostacoli in questa giornata. Allora mi sposto perché c'è rumore. Boh, anche se c'è rumore, amen, perché non posso farci niente. Ok. Allora, facciamo la respirazione in 9 cicli. Cambiamo narice. Mi raccomando, pensate che tutta l'aria che inspiriamo è luce bianca, e tutte le realizzazioni e tutte le cose positive che provengono dal mondo vengono ispirate attraverso la narice. Quando inspiriamo, espiriamo, cerchiamo di farlo con forza, per eliminare completamente tutta l'aria. Espiriamo e visualizziamo il respiro di colore nero, pensando che tutte le oscurazioni, le afflizioni, le malattie, il dolore, la paura, tutto ciò che è indesiderato esce dal nostro corpo sotto forma di luce nera. Quindi ricominciamo. Narice destra. Cambiamo narice. Adesso con tutte e due. Adesso pensiamo alla motivazione che ci ha condotto qui. Nonostante tanti ostacoli, abbiamo scelto di occuparci di questo preziosissimo impegno che aiuta veramente tante persone. E rigioiamo del fatto che riusciamo a dedicarci questo meraviglioso tempo per poter recitare la parola Vajra di Mahasiddha di Thangtong Gyalpo, la preghiera benedetta conosciuta come la preghiera che libera Sakya di tutte le malattie. Quindi leggiamo la motivazione e pensiamo anche che siamo davanti a tutto il campo dei meriti. Chenrezig è sopra il nostro capo e visualizziamo che soprattutto gli esseri di tutti i 6 reami esce una meravigliosa luce bianca che purifica tutti gli esseri senzienti, nessuno escluso, di tutti i 6 reami. È la luce di Chenrezig, è la forza e il coraggio di tutti i maestri che si trasformano nella divinità e che effettivamente emanano questa preziosa energia. Pensiamo che vogliamo fare questa pratica per raggiungere l'illuminazione nel più breve tempo possibile, perché solo così la nostra pratica avrà veramente un grande beneficio. La nostra vita si trasforma cercando di raggiungere questo tipo di obiettivo anche, no? Quindi pensiamo alla bodhicitta e con forza e determinazione procediamo con la preghiera. La motivazione a pagina 3. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea di Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Con la stessa visualizzazione recitiamo il mantra di Chenrezig, Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Procediamo con la preghiera effettiva, mettendoci forza e coraggio. Pensiamo che anche se in Italia e in Europa la pandemia si è ridotta, pensiamo anche a tutti quelli che comunque hanno perso il lavoro, sono in contrasto con i loro dipendenti e tutti quelli che in India comunque stanno combattendo ancora in prima persona sul fatto che c'è tantissimo ancora Covid in India e in Nepal e in tanti altri posti. Per di più si è messo anche il fungo a fargli del male, per cui non molliamo. Never we, insomma, non molliamo mai. Facciamo con forza e determinazione ancora questa preghiera potentissima, veramente, anche perché riuscire veramente a continuare questa pratica nonostante tanti ostacoli, vi dico oggi sono partita, era impossibile per me riuscire ad arrivare, eppure sono qua alle 7:30, vuol dire che va bene, no? Che è tutto molto molto importante, molto di beneficio. Ok, leggiamo. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma, dalle condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti grahe, dalle malattie, dai buddhas e degli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti grahe, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Immaginiamo ora che Chenrezig entra dentro il nostro corpo e ci illumina completamente grazie alla sua potentissima energia, e tutto il nostro corpo diventa di colore bianco. E dentro nel nostro cuore, su un fiore di loto, c'è il nostro guru radice seduto con il viso rivolto verso l'esterno. Pensiamo che la luce illumina tutto il nostro corpo, lo purifica, lo guarisce da tutte le malattie e attraverso i pori della pelle esce, la luce esce e va ad aiutare, guarire, tranquillizzare, purificare tutti gli esseri senzienti di tutti gli universi, nessuno escluso. Quando la luce li avvolge di questo manto meravigliosamente puro e sublime, il loro corpo, parole e mente diventa anch'esso Chenrezig. Quindi cerchiamo di immaginare che loro a loro volta diventano Buddha Chenrezig. Sono felicissimi, rigioiamo per questa grande opportunità che stiamo dando a noi stessi e agli altri e pensiamo che felici di questa meravigliosa esperienza, diventando anch'essi Chenrezig, si librano nello spazio infinito come degli uccelli che volano nel cielo. Cerchiamo di immaginare di fare questa visualizzazione mentre ripetiamo questa potentissima e meravigliosa preghiera. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, degli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dacchini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, delle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dacchini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. possano scusate, ma non sono sola, possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti gravi, dalle malattie, dai buddhas e degli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possano, qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che portano a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità dei karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Facciamo le dediche. Possa la preziosa bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. Sansara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e causa ed effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna e che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittorie. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possano essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possano tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Pensiamo in questo caso a tutti gli operatori sanitari, gli infermieri, tutti i medici, tutti quelli che stanno facendo i vaccini, tutto quello che riguarda il Covid-19, ma anche tutte le altre malattie. Pensiamo un attimo a loro e facciamo una dedica speciale per loro. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Pensiamo anche a tutti gli insegnanti elementari, perché abbiano la forza, elementari, medie, tutti quelli che comunque si occupano dell'educazione dei ragazzi, avere la forza e la sicurezza nella loro saggezza. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Pensiamo ai politici perché possano prendere le giuste decisioni per tutto quello che riguarda l'economia, ma anche per Madre Terra, un pensiero particolare anche al G7, perché hanno bisogno delle nostre dediche per poter proseguire con saggezza anche loro. Om Mani Padme, 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 Mani Padme, Om 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 Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 tutti i nostri maestri, tutti i compagni di Dharma, perché non possano mai perdere l'entusiasmo nella loro decisione di continuare a fare le pratiche del Dharma, perché questo è un momento molto particolare. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om mani per me, 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 om mani per me. Ripeto, forza, coraggio, è importantissimo in questo momento difficile. Om mani per me, om mani per me, om mani per me, om mani per me, om mani per me. Continuiamo. Possa io in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato da guru perfetti. Possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni sentieri. Possa io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa, che agisce come nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai neppure per un secondo dal puro sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrapa, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo, era coraggioso nella condotta dei figli dei vittoriosi e realizzato lo yoga dei 2 stadi del supremo beatitudine e vacuità. Come la terra, l'acqua, il cielo, fuoco, aria, le medicine, il legno da ardere nei monasteri, posso io sempre essere usato dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Posso io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita. Posso io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa. Posso il loro karma negativo maturare su di me. Possono tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti sono stati liberati dal samsara, posso io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se io potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Come per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro, accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dell'esistere dalla loro parte, posso io, che sono completamente vuoto dell'esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da solo che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Come l'eroe Manjushri e come Samantabhadra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguirli nel loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù con la dedica considerata come la suprema da tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei 3 tempi per avere una condotta pura. Affinché il sentiero del Dharma, del re del Dharma Tsongkhapa prosperi, possano tutti i segni degli ostacoli essere pacificati e tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei 2 tipi di meriti, dei 3 tempi, di me stessa e degli altri, possano gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrapa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo. Incomparabilmente gentile Thangtong Gyalpo, ti supplico, possono i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi, diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjugat, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i 3 supremi, Salvatore mio e degli altri. Per favore, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Ok, grazie. Grazie a tutti. Rigioite di questa meravigliosa pratica. Questo vi chiedo e ci vediamo sabato prossimo. Adesso diamo la parola al venerabile Gancio.
Hello, Venerable Agatha. How are you? You made it.
Yes, it's incredible that I am here now because I am arrived 7:30.
Yes, just on time. I was sitting, I thought, no, she made it. Wonderful. You see? All
Wonderful.
the
Yes, 7:30 I am here. Yes.
Yes. Lovely. I love the light.
Karma for all of us who make this prayer. Okay.
Yes. No, you see, the karma said you needed to be there. Lovely to see you. Enjoy your time in the south, and I'll see you next week. Look after yourself.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Venerable Agatha.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Let's see who's there. Hello, Chenrezig Institute. Lars is here. Hello. Who else is here on the list? Livio. Hello. Alessandro, hello. Marie, Dina, hello, welcome everyone. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you if you joined Venerable Agata. If you're staying on for me, that's even nicer. No, it's not nice. It's nice that you, it's really nice because Venerable was delayed on travels. So she wasn't sure whether she would make it on time. So, but yeah, she just arrived to start her slot. That was just wonderful timing. So well done, Venerable Agata, and thank you everyone who supports her in her sessions. Okay, so it's week 46, I think, if I remember correctly when I looked at the figures. Week 40 or 46th prayerathon. 10th of July, we have our 50th. So we're nearing a year. It has been an interesting year. It has been an eventful year. It has definitely seen changes around the world in that time, in political terms, in health terms, the way we face the pandemic, given 18 months ago and where we're now, the level of vaccinations that are out there. And still, it's sometimes frustrating when we listen to the politicians, when you find out how much actually they stocked for themselves. Like, was it Britain's giving away 100 million vaccinations? 100 million. If you go on a basis that's 2 doses per person, that's 50 million people they could have had. And I think America's gone for 500 million. That's a big, big, big number. You're like, yeah, but by the time we divided this, but still, that's nearly what 300 million people could have benefited from vaccines earlier. But let's wait and see what they have to talk about at the G7, whether we look at more equality in the world and more fairness and less greed and protectionism in many, many ways. But we're drifting off slightly. Some of you may recall that last week we heard of dear Geshe Tendi having had a car accident, serious accident, which resulted in being hospitalized. Geshe is still in hospital and has been treated. He's had his surgery, and he is, he's communicating. Limited access, of course, reserved also for all his aides and helpers, from the Kurakura Center. So we wish you all the very, very best, and Geshe speedy recovery. But Geshe also, being the wonderful being that he is, also meditates right now on verse 95 of Lama Zopa Puja, where it says, "And thus, perfect, pure, compassionate Guru, I seek your blessings that all negative karmas, obscurations, and sufferings of mothers migrators may without exception ripen upon me right now, and that by giving my happiness and virtue to others, all migrators may experience happiness." That is something I think we all, can apply ourselves to do more. When we have hard times, we always think like, why me, why this, why that? Often do we really go, okay, fine, I have to put up with this. If I take the hardship, at least somebody else might experience happiness, if the karma ripens on me this way. It's definitely a very positive way of looking at it when we go through difficult times, and we don't always appreciate that. And particularly now where we may face some additional freedoms, that vaccination programs are being rolled out. Depending where you are, you might have had your vaccinations. You go like, yeah, our country's fine, so why can't we do this, this, and that? But now we feel little restrictions really quite annoying. But actually, if you compare the freedom that we enjoy to what others are going through, we have good. We have it good. But again, it doesn't mean that difficulties that we experience aren't real to us. Just if we put it in perspective, we can get a lot of benefit out of that. Then think about it. Okay, my karma is ripening, and we do pray for this particular sangha. We go like, may all the suffering of sentient beings ripen on us. How long have I been unmuted?
Sorry.
Sorry, no. I maybe just an accident. So I thought I'm sure I muted myself. I was talking to Venerable Agata, unless I have, my mind playing up. Don't worry, it happens. Maybe it wasn't meant to be heard. That's the positive thinking here. Positive thinking. I think that's what they say about Lama Zopa, isn't it? If you don't understand what he's saying, you're not meant to hear it. Again, makes sense. Anyway, but yes, it's definitely a way of looking at it. When we go we always say, may I be the doctor and the medicine, and may I be the nurse for all sick beings in this world, until everyone is here. But what does that mean? We're going out, we're doing all the nice things, the doctor, we do the nursing bit, but even that is taking a toll. You have to be there, you have to be steadfast, you have to be determined, you have to have the knowledge, and and even when, this is one of the things when we think about the medical profession, like we've seen through the pandemics now around the world, nurses being absolutely exhausted, nurses and doctors, yet they go in to do their job. I can't sit at home, do nothing. I've had friends and family trying to go out, when they called for help, with the pandemic. And they were so frustrated when the system was working against them, although they were qualified nurses, to go out and wanting to help. And, they felt they were just sitting idle and they couldn't get through the system. So it's definitely something, how far are we prepared to go, when we say, I want to take the, well, when somebody's sick, somebody died, why wasn't it me? How serious are we when we say these things? Are we just saying this in the moment, or would we really be prepared to say, okay, fine, so that person may have happiness, do I put my life on the line for that? Think about that. Okay, so what we're going to do, we've got an hour, just under now. What I would like to do is I want to spend some extra time on Thangtong Gyalpo. So we're going to do recitations for all the 6 realms, or the beings in the 6 realms, so that the suffering there is being eradicated. And we do 3 recitations per realm. So we do 18. So you have body, speech, and mind for each realm. And I also want to do some extra taras for the long life of His Holiness, and also for Geshe Tenli, who has quite a close connection to Tara. So for his speedy recovery. So just to give you sort of an idea what's what, and I think I'm actually keeping my jabba jabba a little short today. Would you agree with that? Lars is laughing. Stop that, Lars. That's not nice. Are you telling me I'm waffling most of the time? He's cracking up in the background. Unbelievable. Anyway, it's wonderful to have you all here. Anyway, it's great to be in this wonderful community, and sometimes we have to have a laugh as well. We can't just always look at the negative. We have to find the positives to keep on going. Okay, so if you take a moment and just settle the mind. Take a few deep breaths. If we just think about our reasons for being here, motivation. If you've been here with me before, I do like to recite a few verses from the King of Prayers. So that way we assess, we set the motivation why we're here. We acknowledge the community. We acknowledge our gurus, and we set bodhicitta motivation. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. And may I guide all wanderers in samsara to pure bliss of awakening, and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together in the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space, likewise limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. So if you think about these verses, we're here to ease the suffering in the lower realms, in all the directions, dimensions of the universe. It's quite a task. That's what we're saying at the beginning. How prepared are we just reciting this? How do we actually mean we want to help all? No matter what, no matter where. It's like, oh God, no, I've just been to the shops. Do I really have to go and get that pint of milk again? Can't it wait? So if we're prepared, to commit to that, then we really need to go out and set that motivation really high. We always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine. If you think about what we're doing here, the community. So again, from a pandemic point of view, it has brought us all together in quite an interesting way. It brought the Sangha community much closer together. Before it was, you heard of certain names, you maybe bumped into them at certain events, if you were lucky, or maybe saw them on recordings. But here, it's all in many ways tangible. Although it's virtual, we have a much closer connection than we would have had before. And again, that's it's what we made this. You made this. You who join us here, you and all the wonderful people who do that take the lead, and all the people in the background to make this all possible. And again, it's wonderful to be here. And for some, this is the motivation to be here. It's so dreary sometimes, particularly in lockdown. We can't connect with other people. So where can we go to have a bit of peace and quiet? And that's where we share with like-minded people. Meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend. Mentors are our friends. They want to teach us, from their experience. And they want us to do well. It's like when you want to learn to drive a car. You can't go cheap, with the bare minimum you get away with, and then crash the car. You get somewhere where, you get the understanding, the skill, how to survive out there. How to think for yourself. In many ways, it's like that. And it doesn't matter what way of life it is, whether it's what profession you're in. You always want the person who really wants you to do well. We have had bosses like that across the path. If you think about people you knew, some really cheer you on no matter what. Come on, you can do this, and really, really motivate you. That's what we want. But then again, this limitless end of space. May my aspirations be limitless as well. Crikey, likewise limitless are living beings. Again, we're going back to the beginning, that big space, everything that's in between. Now we're really prepared to dig deep. But if we want to achieve enlightenment, then that's what we have to do. And so when we recite prayers, so when you recite prayers by yourself, just look at the text sometimes. And sometimes you recite something and some verses stick out to you more than others. And that's okay. Start with the ones that stick out, and then you read the text again. How does it tie with the verses before? Can you see some connection? And we get the info we need. We just have to filter through sometimes, and then we get the bigger picture when we have enough pieces to put together. Okay. If we visualize in the space in front of us, our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. If you had the initiation, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the deity in the space in front, above the crown of your head. If you're joining us from a different spiritual path, then please visualize the deity most closely associated with love and compassion. And if you don't engage in deities, please feel free to just visualize a clear light in the space in front above the crown of your head. And let that light be filled with love and compassion. Visualize the light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions. So we're going back to, the first verse that I read, may they ease the suffering of in the lower realms. In the many directions and dimensions of the universe, we go right across. Light emanates everywhere, across the realms. And each light beam finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings. And each light beam enters each sentient being through the crown of their heads, filling them with love, compassion, and purifying nectar, light nectar, that cleanses away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes. And then we can feel how, that cleansing process really rejuvenates us. And we feel more at ease, how the burden of all this negativity is being lifted from our shoulders. And we realize how hunched down we were, bent down by all that weight that we carried for so long, that we can stand tall again. We rejoice because we can feel and see the benefits. We thank the Guru for his great love and kindness. But then we also look around and see all other sentient beings. Guru does not differentiate. Guru sees only sentient beings. The Guru doesn't look at friend, foe, and those indifferent. He just sees sentient beings who are suffering. When we look at it that way, we realize, who was the first person we were thinking of? Probably ourselves. And is it selfish? If you want to be a doctor to help somebody, first thing you have to do is, study, prepare yourself, acquire the skills before you take the scalpel to a patient. So don't feel that if you're still building up your skill set, you help where you can, you help to the level of the ability and your training. The more you progress, the more skill you acquire, the more experience you bring along, the easier it is to help in a wider range. But we also recognize that, some of the suffering that we see around us is due to the actions of body, speech, and mind. Our body, speech, and mind. How we thought, spoke, and treated other beings. And in return, how it has affected us. And we apologize, we show regret for these actions and ask those beings for forgiveness. And by acknowledging that we have done wrong, we now can move forward and find a resolve. And our resolve is that we transform ourselves so that we may be of benefit to those beings. But we may not be able to undo everything that we have done. If you break a cup, the cup is broken. You might glue it together, but it will never be the same cup. But you can make it functioning again. You might be able to offer additional services to make up for something at least. It might take time for things to heal. But that's up to us to help the healing. And feeling the benefit of the great love and compassion that the Guru is sending us, we wish for all sentient beings to really experience the same. And we call upon all the sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru. All sentient beings, my mother, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mother, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mother, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. And call upon all mother sentient beings to join us. The Guru is pleased. And the Guru smiles upon us. And as the Guru smiles, we can feel the purifying light essence intensifying more and more. And as we're being filled more with a pure light, we begin to glow ourselves atom by atom as more and more of the negative karma is being burned away. We begin to exchange ourselves with the Guru in light. And then we also exchange ourselves with all mother sentient beings. We all exchange with the Guru. We all exchange with one another. We become one source of light. We become one source of compassion. We become one with the Guru. So as we recite the Mani Mantra, remember that Om represents body, speech, and mind. Our body, speech, and mind that has created so much suffering. And that aspect we need to transform into the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru. Both are represented by Om. To transform, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Om. So we recite a few malas, some mantras out loud, and then a few malas on breath. Keep on visualizing how you keep exchanging yourself with all other sentient beings. And how we dispel all the darkness, those negative karma delusions of past lifetimes. How we restore living beings to their pure state and cease the suffering that we have created. Om Mani Padme 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 Om Mani Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Having shown regret for our past actions of body, speech, and mind and the harm that we have caused, having taken refuge in the Guru and have asked forgiveness from our mother sentient beings and have recited these many Mani mantras, may visualize ourselves now as pure, having exchanged ourselves with the Guru and all mother sentient beings, and may holding on to this pure state for as long as we possibly can, at least the duration of these prayers, so that we may benefit to the maximum all mother sentient beings. May we now recite the Tara mantra. Hopefully we get 2-3 malas in. So we visualize the Great Mother Tara in the space in front of us, emerald green in color, light radiating from our body in all 10 directions. We call upon the Great Mother Tara to remove any obstacles that may arise as we try to combat the pandemic. So the first recitation of the mala we dedicate to all mother sentient beings. That obstacles are being removed and that as much can be restored as possible. So it'll be favorable conditions for the remainder of the practice. If you remember that Om represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of Tara. Tara liberates us from samsara. Tutara liberates us from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. And Tura liberates us from diseases and illnesses, both physical and mental. So we, as we recite, keep on visualizing how Tara radiates light to all sentient beings and removes any obstacles. We recite a few out loud and then the rest on breath. Om Tahare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tahare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Soha. So, the next recitation we do for the long life and speedy recovery of Geshe Tenle. May he swiftly recover, and may all his students and those close to him find comfort and happiness. Tare tutare turusoha, tare tutare turusoha, tare tutare. Tare tutare turusoha. And then we do one extra mala, and we dedicate this one to the long life of His Holiness for the Dalai Lama, who advised the recitation of the Tara mantra. Tare tutare turusoha, tare tutare. Tare tutare turusoha. So we now call the guardians. We recite Vajrayana. So for Vajrayana, we call upon Vajrapani, and we call also Black Manjushri. So for Vajrayana, visualize a ferocious dark blue Vajrapani in the space in front of you. His feet are stretched out, and he holds a Vajra in his right hand and a snake lasso in the left. His body is ablaze with transcendental wisdom fire, and from his body are emitted fire garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which like violent winds and hailstorms destroy all disease, epidemics, spirit harms, and interferers. Again, although it says interferers, please bear in mind that we ideally do not seek to destroy any being. We seek to destroy the seeds that create the motivation of a being to act a certain way. We want the being to transform into wholesome actions so that the being may be liberated from suffering and reach enlightenment. So as we recite the mantra, keep on visualizing how you put on a protective suit. And recite the mantra 7 times. Vajapedum Matmasori Ped, Nibashining Tata, Savrita Hanana Vajana Rakshakshasuha, Vajapedum Matsori Ped, Nibashining Tata, Savrita Hanana Vajana Rakshakshasuha, Vajapedum Matsori Ped, Nibashining Tata, Savrita Hanana Vajana Rakshakshasuha. Vajapedum Matsori Ped, Nibashining Tata, Savrita Hanana Vajana Rakshakshasuha, Vajapedum Matsori Ped, Nibashining Tata, Savrita Hanana Vajana Rakshakshasuha. Om Vajapayat, Om Vajapayat, Nivashunaganang Tata Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshaksham So. Om Vajapayat, Om Vajapayat, Nivashunaganang Tata Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshaksham So. Om Vajapayat, Om Vajapayat, Nivashunaganang Tata Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshaksham So. So now we put on the armor. We call on Black Manjushri to join us in our efforts. If you visualize Manjushri with a wrathful face, 3 eyes, and his hands, your description, the left hand and the sword in the right. He's adorned with precious bone ornaments, and the flames of clear light emanate from his heart, pervading inside and outside of our bodies and the bodies of all mother sentient beings, purifying all negative karmas, obstructions, sickness, spirits, dangers, and burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. Om tam chu chu so do so do mi so ningola chakala chakam shantam pepiso. Om tam chu chu so do so do mi so ningola chakala chakam shantam pepiso. Om tam chu chu so do so do mi so ningola chakala chakam shantam pepiso. Om tam chu chu so do so do mi so ningola chakala chakam shantam pepiso. Om tam chu chu so do so do mi so ningola chakala chakam shantam pepiso. Om tam chu chu so do so do mi so ningola chakala chakam shantam pepiso. Om tam chu chu so do so do mi so ningola chakala chakam shantam pepiso. Okay, so having prepared ourselves, I think my original estimate to do 3 recitations for each realm might be a little bit ambitious. 3 minutes, 3, 16, 18, 47. That I think that's a bit tight. So what we're going to do, we do 6 recitations after the liberating Sakya. So 1 recitation for each realm, so to end suffering in those realms. So that that covers quite a vast range. And we go back to what we said at the beginning, that we want to ease the suffering in the lower realms. So although we do address the pandemic, we want to end all suffering wherever that is possible, to the best of our ability. So with a pure heart, we think about the lower realms, the hell realm, the animal realm, and the hungry ghosts. So those from the lower realms, so the first 3 recitations we do for those. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the house of grass, pits, innocent, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the midst, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 spirits that I'm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the keys, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the hounds of grass, pits, innocent, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the means, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that tear the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as thousands of grasping illness and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sounds of his name stuff our beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferes, the 360 which spits at him suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dharma of protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we address the lower realms, and again, if you think about, the last paragraph really of the prayer, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, so we've taken the refuge. By the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, so we invited the Tara and the protectors to join this effort, and having acknowledged, karmic existence, that we have done through it, the remorse that was shown earlier in the actions of body, speech, and mind, and how flawed we were, and that we need to transform that. So that's really a very important aspect of the prayer. So if you have the time, you invite, the guardians and Tara into your practice. Some formats they're included in the main layout. We tend to sort of focus on the manis and the actual prayer, but it's always good to have the extra backing. Okay, so now we do the three upper realms, the human demigods and gods, the suffering that insists in all those. Obviously, we want all to be reborn in human form because we don't have the excruciating suffering of the lower realms. We'll be too absorbed in just getting on with daily life and trying to just survive and get by. But on the other hand, we don't want to be in the too high the harms of excess luxury, where we're oblivious to the suffering of others, and just party on all day, so we just have enough suffering to realize, we can transform. We don't want to drop. We want to better ourselves, but we don't want to be too idle either. So we do the next three recitations for the upper realms. May all the diseases that tear the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as arms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names suffer beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferes, the 360 which spits at them suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So if you think about me, whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, how our actions, collectively have influenced the environment, air, water, earth, all this, the pollution, the greed, the savaging of earth, that also contributes to, suffering, taking down the rainforest so we can just do crop to feed cattle. If you think about that as well. So in these prayers, though centuries old, the truth that still persists to this day, and even more so today. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferes, the 360 evil spirits that I'm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Rakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, one more time. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May the sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that I'm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body, mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Rakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, so we've done the 6 rounds. So we do one more recitation. Why? 7. 7 is one of those wonderful numbers. Was it 3, 7, and so on? It's 21. So just to, but what we do this time, we pause at each paragraph and give it a thought and reflect on each verse, what it means to us. And as we recite that, we really visualize how all seeds of suffering are being burned away, so that suffering may not rise again. May all the diseases that set the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Rakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, so that completes the main prayer. So if we dedicate. May we dedicate to the benefit of all mother sentient beings. May all sentient beings live long and healthy lives. May they be free from suffering and its causes, and may we be the one that causes them to be free from suffering, and may we also be the cause of their happiness. May all sentient beings achieve enlightenment in this and all future lifetimes, never be separated from the Dharma. May we dedicate to our precious Sangha community, not just our own tradition, but also all other traditions, for their efforts to engage in studies, practices, teachings, translations, and other meaningful work that enables for the Dharma to remain and to flourish in all parts of the world. May all our brothers and sisters live long and healthy lives, achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, never be separated from a virtuous friend. May we always enjoy their company in this in all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the precious lay community, who so kindly and generously offers their time, expertise, and money to support projects, events, ensures that Dharma centers can run for the benefit of all sentient beings. Publications take place, especially this wonderful, if you think about the latest version, a Spanish contingent has done, translating His Holiness's teachings, Volume 1, into first translation into Spanish. What a wonderful project. If you think about all the translators, all the people in the background who made it possible for this book to be realized, to be printed, just to give an example, or even the wonderful people here at Chenrezig Institute, as an example, the people in the office that we don't get to see on the screens, yet who are so instrumental to making sure that we can be out there reaching you and other sentient beings. With wonderful beings. May they all live long and healthy lives. May they never be separated from the Sangha and precious teachers. May they reach enlightenment as quickly as possible. And may we enjoy their company in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to our precious gurus, who have so expertly, guided us along the way, always willing to help, always willing to test us, making sure that we test ourselves, that we benefit sentient beings. May all our gurus, if they haven't done so already, achieve enlightenment in this lifetime. May they live long and healthy lives. May we never be separated from them in this and all future lifetimes and benefit from their presence and guidance. May we dedicate particularly to His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, a great beacon of love and compassion to all. In a turbulent world, he still, is calmly advocating dialogue over violence, always seeing, others, in need of compassion, always sharing his love with all sentient beings. How lucky we are to be born in his time. May His Holiness's wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May he live a long and healthy life. May we benefit from his presence and guidance in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to Lama Zopa Rinpoche for guiding us so expertly into the prayerathon, having brought together the great community of Sangha across the globe, but not just the Sangha, but also reaching out, further and beyond to all those of you who are following us online or in Dharma centers. Lama Zopa made sure that we engage in our practice more meaningfully for the benefit of all sentient beings. May Lama Zopa live a long and healthy life. May all his wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we never be separated from his wisdom and guidance in this and all future lifetimes. Due to other merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Do to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings. May all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri rawe kuwe jingandi pendang dewa malu jangwe ne Chenrezig Tangtong yi shape site badu tengyu chi. Tu shang jing yam gun kewe tan jing kun pelwe kun zu du pu tse chok chok kewe lek mun tu tu pa dak sok tu je kun du shap ten shu. Thank you, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much, everyone who's been patiently, following us online. Let's have a quick look. Hello, Jeannie, lovely to see you. Dario, hello. So many people, so many wonderful people, always there, always joining. If you're watching us live or as a recording, may you always benefit from these sessions. If you find you're struggling and it's too much and we can't give you necessarily the help you need, remember, you're always welcome here. Don't make any permanent decision to temporary problems. If you need the help of a professional, please go and see your doctor or any lifeline that is open to you. As I said, you're always welcome here, for a bit of peace in mind. And, may all live long and happy lives. And I see our lovely contingent is here. Paloma, how are you? Venerable Paloma is there. Marie's there. Where's Fabio gone? Oh, Fabio's hiding on my screen. Let me just move the screen around a bit here.
Hello, brother. How are you?
Hello, how are you?
You look tired.
I look what?
You look tired.
Tired? Must be the sunlight. Must be the lighting. Hold on, let me just change this a bit.
You're okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. No, I've been out with the dog down the beach, pushing the buggy. So yeah, she always sits on the front wheel, which makes it harder to maneuver the buggy.
Okay.
But, no, she's all right. But yeah, no, it's quite warm today, so maybe that's what you see. No, it's a good day. I enjoyed it. And I'm always enjoying it. It's always nice to have you all around. I wonder who's hiding behind Galaxy Note 10. Anyone we know. And behind mystery door number 5. Oh, yeah. Look there, Begonia. Hello, lovely to see you. Anyway, no, you are keeping well. That's the main thing. And it's yes. Sorry, sorry, Paloma. I have to keep flogging the book. There it is. Oh, there you go.
I prepare for you.
Bless me. Bless me, Paloma, for I have sinned.
Oh, Paloma, before you came, the Venerable Damcho mentioned your wonderful work. Yeah, a few minutes ago.
But if she wasn't here, she didn't mean to hear it. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, bless you all. Anyway, I better let you get on. Time is ticking on. I know you have many, many wonderful people waiting there Who's with us today? Colombia, Mexico?
I think,
What are
I
they?
think Mexico and Colombia.
Oh,
Mhm.
and all the other ones quietly listening in. Thank you very much. I hand over to you guys. Lovely to
Thank you.
see you all.
Thank
Take
you.
care. Bye-bye.
See you tomorrow in Cadrola Teachings?
I will, if I'm not at home, I will definitely have her on, listen to her on my phone.
Okay.
Yeah, I definitely. Yeah. Kandrula, definitely. You know,
See you.
the
See
lovely
you.
mother. Excellent. Take care. Bye-bye.
Adiós, Lars. Thank you, Chenrezig Institute, and thank you, Anilas. María Begoña, ¿te has puesto María? ¿No?
Lo puedes cambiar, María Begoña, aunque no está mal eso el María
No,
Begoña. Se puede
María
cambiar.
Begoña.
Ya te enseñaré a cambiarlo, María Begoña.
Si no das el micrófono, María Begoña.
María Begoña, ¿te puedes poner el micrófono?
Oye, me tenéis un poco harta, ¿eh?
Pues María Begoña, yo es que cuando lo he visto esta mañana digo, ¿cómo?
Ay, yo no me había dado cuenta.
Es que como he cambiado de ordenador, el mismo ordenador ha puesto eso.
Ya, solito.
Es muy fácil.
Sí, te lo digo de verdad, que sí.
Si pinchas arriba en tu ventanita te salen 3 puntitos y dice renombrar y ahí te puedes poner el nombre que quieras, María Begoña.
No sé, no lo veo.
Por ejemplo.
Arriba a la derecha. Pincha y te salen 3 puntitos en tu ventana.
Vista del hablante, vista de galería, cambiar a pantalla completa. No, no me sale.
No.
¿Has visto? Ya
lo
lo
veremos.
sé yo.
María Paloma. ¿Tú también
Oye, no
estás como María Paloma? Paloma, tú estás como María Paloma también.
Porque me la acabo de poner.
Ah, que se la ha puesto.
Me la acabo de poner.
Bueno, vamos a lo nuestro.
Como
María.
veis, tenemos ganas de marcha, que es que hace un poquito de calor, ¿verdad? Y ya el día es largo, ¿no?
Hace mucho calor aquí.
Ay, venga. Hello.
Hello, Maddie. I don't know who's Maddie.
Oh, y Diana, y Dina. Estas se apuntan a la juerga, chicos.
Pues oye, Rey, dicen, aquí vamos.
Hello, thank you, dear.
Vamos
Okay.
a empezar.
Anyway, va, pongámonos serios.
Bueno, se puede rezar, pero con sentido del humor y con alegría. Eso es muy interesante.
Claro que sí.
Ok, bueno, pues nada, buenas noches a todos los que estáis conectados desde España y buenas tardes a los que estáis en México y en Colombia, que creo que son los países que se suelen conectar. Es un gusto que estén con nosotros. Vamos a seguir haciendo esta práctica que se lleva haciendo todo el día, ya sabéis, cada sábado. Y os recuerdo que cada sábado hay 2 turnos en español. Uno que hace María Paloma, a la venerable María Paloma, a las 10 de la mañana, de 10 a 10 y media, y otro que hago yo a las 9, de 9 a 9 y media. Entonces son 2 oportunidades que tenéis, que tienen.
Lo hace María Fabio.
Mario.
No, Fabio Mari, como dicen en mi tierra, Fabio Mari.
Pues Fabio Mari lo hace a las 9, de 9 a 9 y media, cada sábado.
Vale.
Y ya llevamos más de un año, entonces es una oportunidad increíble, ¿no? La que estamos aprovechando. Gracias en primer lugar a Limi, a la Sangha de Limi y al Instituto de Australia, que es quien tan generosamente ofrece, desde el principio ha ofrecido este canal de YouTube para cumplir los deseos de Rinpoche, que fue quien dijo que se hiciera esta oración de Thangtong Gyalpo, que tiene el poder de detener pues, enfermedades epidémicas, desastres naturales, etcétera, ¿no? Entonces, vamos a comenzar y lo primero que hacemos es generar o conectar con esa motivación que se lleva generando todo el día, estas 24 horas de recitación de Thangtong Gyalpo, pensando que vamos a aportar nuestro granito de arena para que este karma colectivo, este karma planetario que estamos experimentando, cese, que cesen las condiciones adversas que hacen posible que una epidemia de este tipo exista aún. Generamos de corazón la mejor de nuestras motivaciones, pensando en todos los seres, especialmente aquellos que más sufren y que más han sufrido, aquellos que han fallecido, aquellos que han pasado, que están pasando la enfermedad, aquellos que están cuidando a los que están enfermos y que están tan cansados, sanitarios, familiares, cuidadores de cualquier ámbito. Las personas que se han visto afectadas en sus economías, familiares, sociales, por la pandemia. Nos acordamos muy especialmente, por supuesto, de todos los países que han pasado este desastre, esta pandemia, pero ahora pensamos en los que lo están pasando justo peor. India, Nepal, Chile, Brasil, Bangladesh y en todo el planeta. Y visualizamos a todos los seres a nuestro alrededor, comenzando por nuestra derecha, donde imaginamos que se encuentra nuestro Padre, nuestra izquierda nuestra Madre. No importa si ya no vive, no están lejos. Ahora los visualizas ahí muy cerquita de ti, haciendo esta práctica contigo, meditando contigo, con todos nosotros. A nuestra espalda situamos nuestros seres más queridos, más cercanos, hijos, nietos, amigos, compañeros, conocidos, personas que nos son cercanas, animales, mascotas, reconociendo en todos ellos a seres que también buscan ser felices, exactamente igual que nosotros. Y frente a ti sitúas a esas personas o persona con la que tuviste problemas o los estás teniendo ahora. Aprovechas y los incluyes, la incluyes en tu meditación, tratando de resolver desde tu corazón esa situación difícil y la colocas ahí, frente a ti, meditando contigo, buscando la felicidad contigo, haciendo esta práctica contigo. Y alrededor están todos los incontables seres que pueblan, que llenan el samsara. Hay tantos que tus ojos no alcanzan a ver el final. Pero lo más importante es sentir que ninguno está fuera de tu motivación, que ninguno se queda fuera de tu mente. Ahí están los humanos, los no humanos, los visibles, los invisibles, los agradables, los no tan agradables, todos los seres. Medita así unos momentos. El propósito de esta meditación es generar de corazón la motivación de la bodhicitta, para lo cual hacemos muy presentes a los seres a nuestro alrededor. Así es que la puedes hacer siempre que quieras para generar con fuerza esa motivación y actualizarla en tu mente. Puede que surja en nuestra mente la idea de que son demasiados seres, que no podemos hacer nada y sentirnos frustrados cuando, si eso ocurre, cuando eso pase, piensas y recuerdas que también tenemos muchísima ayuda. En primer lugar, la de nuestros maestros. Piensa en su santidad el Dalai Lama, que está con nosotros. Piensa en Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, que está con nosotros. En tus maestros personales que están contigo. Piensa en todos los incontables Budas, Bodhisattvas, Arya Sangha que existe y que está trabajando incansablemente por todos los seres. Piensa en el Dharma, que es el néctar que alivia el fuego de los engaños en nuestras mentes. El Dharma es como un viento fresco en un día muy caluroso. Es como beber un néctar. Piensa en las tres joyas. Hay tanta ayuda que en realidad no tenemos motivos para sentirnos descorazonados, ni muchísimo menos. Por eso visualizas en el espacio frente a ti un loto, un sol y una luna. Y sobre ese disco de luna Aparece Chenrezig Avalokitesvara, el Buda de la compasión, en el aspecto que te sea más cómodo, más familiar. 2 brazos, 4 brazos, de pie, sentado, como prefieras. Pero sintiendo que es inseparable de tus propios maestros, que es inseparable de su santidad el Dalai Lama, de Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, de Lama Yese, de tus propios maestros, que de su cuerpo surge luz y néctar, que llenan todo el espacio y que te mira y te sonríe, muy cálidamente, muy acogedoramente. Solo estar en su presencia es un descanso para ti. Medita así, sintiendo eso. Una comunicación muy personal con Chenrezig. Le planteas todas tus cuestiones, tus necesidades, las de los seres. Él comprende todo, él sabe todo. Y pensando así, tomas refugio 3 veces. Lo haces como si estuvieras guiando en la oración a todos los seres que acabas de visualizar a tu alrededor. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro, buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro, buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Sentimos así que estamos bajo la protección de Guru Chenrezig, tanto nosotros como todos los seres. Y ahora recitamos unos minutos el mantra de la compasión, mientras visualizamos que a medida que lo recitamos, del cuerpo sagrado de Avalokitesvara sigue saliendo luz y néctar con la que baña a todos los seres, a ti y a todos los seres, y con el sonido del mantra las cualidades de salud, de ese néctar, se multiplican, concediéndote, tanto a ti como a todos los demás, lo que necesites. Y en especial sientes que recibes la sabiduría que comprende la naturaleza de los fenómenos. La sabiduría que comprende que no hay un yo inherente, que es la causa raíz de todo el sufrimiento. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Empezamos con las recitaciones. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. A ver un momentín. Es que se ha colado.
¿Oyes tú,
No.
Begoña?
No, es un momentito, es que se ha colado la presentación de YouTube. Perdonad.
Ah, vale, sorry, no pasa nada.
La voy a quitar. Ya. Empezamos otra vez. Y aprovecho y pongo la imagen de Thangtong Gyalpo, que ya sabéis que Rinpoche aconseja mirarla tanto como se pueda.
Que no controlas, Fabio Mari.
Controlo.
No controlas la pantalla.
Ok, ya, perfecto.
Okay.
Sí la veis, ¿no?
Yes,
Sí.
yes,
Vale.
yes.
Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. ¿Hacemos otra? Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Una vez más, puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero que separa en el cuerpo del espíritu un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Entonces recitamos otros cuantos minutos el mantra y visualizamos que, tal y como acabas de pedir en la oración, esa luz y ese néctar te baña a ti, te inunda a ti y a todos los seres, y se purifican todas las causas kármicas de esta pandemia, de todos los desastres naturales, de los conflictos, guerras, situaciones difíciles, obstáculos de los seres. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Visualiza que de la imagen central que has tenido todo el tiempo del Guru Avalokitesvara en el espacio frente a ti surgen incontables réplicas, tantas como seres existen, y estas réplicas se sitúan en la cabeza, en la coronilla de todos los seres que te rodean, y esa imagen central se sitúa en la tuya. Se absorbe en ti y en todos los seres concediéndoos todos los logros, realizaciones, comprensiones, experiencias del Dharma y de la meditación. En especial, sientes que recibes esa mente que comprende la naturaleza de los fenómenos, desprovistos de un yo inherente, intrínseco, que es la causa de todo el sufrimiento en cualquier reino de existencia. Y pedimos que nuestros maestros estén con nosotros hasta el fin del samsara, hasta que los reinos del samsara estén vacíos, comenzando por su santidad el Dalai Lama, que es Chenrezig mismo. Pedimos de corazón que la vida de su santidad sea larga, firme, estable, que podamos ir muy pronto a sus enseñanzas y verle de manera presencial. Gite emenkandir pende maru gale juwe sampele disino kadrin sume Tensing Gyatsola Solwa Deso Tu Selumruso. Joya que concedes y colmas los deseos, fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad en este mundo, a ti de bondad incomparable, Tenzin Gyatso, te suplico que todos tus sagrados deseos se cumplan espontáneamente. Pedimos exactamente lo mismo para Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche y el resto de nuestros maestros, que pueda su vida ser larga, firme, estable, que podamos recibir muy pronto sus enseñanzas de manera presencial. Usul cham sim yang gong yelwe ten sim kyom pel we kun so do ko se cho sun kur we le mon tu dru pa ta so du gun ye gun du sa ten zu. Posas la ética del sabio y sostienes la doctrina del victorioso Manjusri, protegiéndola y extendiéndola, actúas soportándolo todo con firmeza. Realizas con maestría oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Eres mi protector y el de los demás discípulos. Ruego que tengas una larga vida. Y ahora para las dedicaciones de méritos. En especial, en primer lugar, dedicamos los méritos para que la operación de Venerable Nerea Basurto sea un éxito en estos días. Y si queréis añadir algo, dedicar por algo en especial, Venerable Begoña, pues empieza tú, por favor.
Sí, pues dedicar los méritos para que efectivamente esta pandemia remita y desaparezca o por lo menos se controle perfectamente. Y más que nada pensar en los países en los que ahora mismo está como peor, como puede ser Brasil y Chile, y los países asiáticos, pues que sabemos que India está mal, pero supongo que Bangladesh, que Nepal y que otros países también están igual de mal. Así que pues para que vayan menguando los contagios y que lleguen las vacunas a todo el mundo, a todos los seres de este planeta.
Muy bien, gracias. Venerable Paloma.
Pues para que todos los seres tengamos todas las condiciones a nivel material y espiritual, especialmente para poder recibir el Dharma y practicarlo con pureza, y que podamos de esta forma hacer nuestras vidas significativas viviendo en armonía de acuerdo al Dharma.
Gracias. Pues teniendo todo esto en mente, añadís por unos momentos todos los que están escuchando los propósitos, objetivos o peticiones que queráis hacer. Y dedicamos. Yewadi jinyu duda lama san ye rugune Rowa Ji Gyan Malupa Deji Salago Paraso Chanchu Sencho Rinpoche Mage Panam Ye Guchi Ye Wanyam Pame Payan Gone Gondu Pelwazu. Muy bien, pues muchísimas gracias a todo el mundo. Recordaros que para los que podáis y queráis, mañana a las 12:15, Cadrolaba Enseñanzas, que es una ocasión única, porque no suele darlas en público. Y os acabo de poner en el chat de YouTube el enlace de acceso, ya está publicado para que mañana a las 12:15 podáis entrar, y los que no podáis, no pasa nada porque me imagino que se grabará y en unos días se podrá ver. Es que muchísimas gracias. Thank you very much. Thank you to Chenrezig Institute.
Gracias, Madi.
Gracias, Madi, a todo el mundo, los que están escuchando. Y no sé quién viene ahora, pero aquí no hay nadie.
A los italianos suelen venir, ¿no?
Ah, pero es verdad, pero no hay nadie, es cierto.
Los italianos.
Aquí.
Ayer es nadie.
Hello.
Ella está de sostén, más que nada.
Esta mujer no creo que sea.
Are you the one?
No,
No.
I think Venerable Chopel is on the list. I saw just now.
Yeah. He will come.
Maybe he has some problem with internet. Sometimes it happens. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
I can wait a few minutes. If not, I can follow for one slot more.
Thank you.
Tell us one joke or something, Fabio.
Nada, que los que queráis seguir probablemente vamos a seguir porque la siguiente monja no se ha conectado todavía. Creo que ha dicho que tiene problemas, ¿no? De conexión.
Tiene problemas de conexión, sí.
Y bueno, vamos a esperar unos minutos y si no, pues hago yo otra sesión si quieres, o si quieres tú, Paloma. No, me dejas a mí.
Es que estoy todo el fin de semana sentada
sí.
Con enseñanzas.
Perfecto. Así es que nada, vamos a esperar.
Fabio, Mari, yo te acompaño.
¿Quieres hacerla tú, Bego?
No, gracias. Lo haces tú y yo te acompaño.
Venga, lánzate.
No quiero.
Te acompaña Fabio, Bego.
Claro, te acompaño yo.
No, te acompaño yo a ti.
Bueno.
Que los de YouTube empiecen a decir, tú puedes, venga.
Espérate, que voy a mirar YouTube a ver qué dicen, a ver si se han ido ya.
No, hay
tanto
gente,
fuera, ya se han ido.
No, están.
Hay gente por ahí. Aunque no se ve tu enlace de lo de Cadrola, ¿eh? Yo no lo veo, pero bueno.
¿Se ve?
No.
Espera, aprovecho y lo vuelvo a colocar. A ver si...
Please put in something on YouTube. You know that tomorrow Cadrola will give teachings, right?
Yes.
He's just putting the link for the Spanish people.
¿Lo ves ahora, Paloma?
But we didn't have link.
Yo no lo veo, pero
en el chat no está, ¿eh? En el chat no está.
No está en el chat, no sé qué te pasará, pero en el chat no está.
¿El chat de YouTube, no?
No, el chat es el chat.
Aparece tu carita y Santas Pascuas, ¿sabes?
¿Y yo que creí que controlaba este chico?
No,
algo pasará.
Qué raro. Bueno, de todas maneras, se puede ver el enlace en la página de Facebook de Cadrola, esta nueva que han hecho. Ahí está puesto.
No os lo pongo yo, que yo sí que lo tengo aquí. Espera,
vale.
Va un momento.
Lo voy a poner en este chat interno.
Vale.
Para que lo veáis.
No, sí, lo tengo yo aquí. A ver. Lo pongo aquí, en el chat, ¿vale?
Vale, gracias.
Gracias, muy amable.
Bueno, yo os tengo que dejar, ¿vale? Muchas gracias.
Vale.
Thank you. They will continue if Chopel doesn't come. Gracias, Begoña, de verdad, de corazón.
Gracias. I am waiting for a few minutes. If she doesn't come, I can continue.
Sí, mira, Dario continúa, algunos de los compañeros continúan, ¿vale?
Vale.
Que lo sepas, ¿eh?
Bueno,
gracias,
pues si queréis, she's not coming, right?
I think he is not coming. Yeah.
Okay. Then I will follow. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Who is the next one to me now?
Next one is, I think, Venerable Damcho.
Again, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank
Pues
you.
nada, Bego, seguimos. Un ratito más,
Vale,
25 minutitos. Vale.
Ay, me he ido.
Ahora
No sé
vamos a
volver.
cambiar un poquito la estructura y, bueno, es como siempre me gusta hacerlo a mí, que es alternar la recitación de la oración con el mantra y dedicar para un fin concreto, pues ese grupo de alternancia, es decir, una oración y el mantra. Entonces, si quieres, Bego, ve pensando en alguna dedicación especial y luego te doy la palabra y dedicas. Entonces empezamos directamente con la oración porque como antes hemos tomado refugio y todo esto, pues comenzamos directamente con la recitación. Voy a poner la imagen de Thangtong Gyalpo, es buena, que se vea. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero que separa en el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Esta primera recitación la dedicamos para todas las personas que están enfermas no solo a causa del coronavirus, sino por cualquier otro motivo, en sus casas, en hospitales, en clínicas, y la dedicamos especialmente para que tengan una mente en paz que les permita sobrellevar la enfermedad, la que quiera que sea, que están experimentando. Que esta enfermedad les permita encontrarse con el Dharma, que es el mejor recurso para transformar cualquier situación difícil en una enseñanza, en algo que les haga crecer. Aprovecha y piensa y pide por todas las personas y seres enfermos que conozcas, estén donde estén, y les dedicas así. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Que puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama al Señor de la muerte. Que puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Que puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Esta recitación la ofrecemos por todos los seres fallecidos, no solo a causa del coronavirus, sino de cualquier otro motivo o causa. Aprovecha y piensa en todos tus seres queridos o conocidos que hayan fallecido, no importa el tiempo que haga, y les dedicas así todos estos méritos. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan el cuerpo y mente de todo placer pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Ofrecemos esta recitación por todos los seres que experimentan violencia. Nos acordamos en especial de todas las guerras, conflictos, desarmonías. Que puedan todos los seres quedar libres de esa situación tan difícil, de esas situaciones tan difíciles. Pensamos en Israel, en Palestina, en Siria, en Colombia, en Tíbet también, en cualquier lugar del planeta. Y les ofrecemos de corazón estos méritos. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Que puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan el cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Como está aquí venerable Chopel, le doy la palabra a él para que termine la sesión. Thank you, Chopel, to follow. You are mute.
Sorry. So I take over from you from here?
Yes.
Okay. Totally forgot the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you to you. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Begoña. Ciao. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Venerable Fabio.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye. Thank you. Bye.
Venerable Chopel.
Yeah. Hello. Let me get the text. Yeah. So, is there somebody from 10 till 11? 10 from 10 till
Yeah,
20?
there is Venerable Damcho on the list, but
at 10.
Yes, but
yeah, sorry, then I checked the wrong list. Okay, I will do a recitation now and then I finish. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or maybe you can follow if maybe he will be happy if you can do one more session.
Yeah. Venerable Damcho. Yeah, I will talk to him. See, yeah, if I can take it over from him. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think he would like.
Okay.
He's
then
doing
I will
more
take over the
sessions.
session from him.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I will start.
Thank you.
Yeah, try to set motivation. Keep it short. Visualize Chenrezig. All sentient beings, more than life space, go for refuge to the Blessed Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the Semi Gurus, Yidams, Sindakinis. We go for refuge to the declared of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, more than infinite life space, go for refuge to the Blessed Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the Semi Gurus, Yidams, Sindakinis. We go for refuge to the declared of our minds. All sentient beings, mothers of infinite space, go for refuge to the Blessed Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the same Gurus, Yidams, Sindakinis. We go for refuge to the clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme. Hum, Mani Padme Hum. I will start with prayer once. May all diseases that set of the mind to Satan beings that result from karma, type conditions such as harm to grass spirits, illness, and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodying beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and epidemic diseases. The mere sounds we name terrifying beings as though they have been placed aside the mouth of the Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodying beings be unharmed by the third class of interferers, turn 306 evil spirit times suddenly in the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever suffering there are to reduce certain subtle four elements, depriving the body and mind of ever happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kini, dharma, protecting guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these cases and prayers be fulfilled. Okay. So I'll also do the next session because I was a lazy monk and I was late. I totally forgot the time, so I will be taking over from Venerable Damsho this session. Let me just get something, one moment. Yep. it was here. Yeah, so as a start of the session, let me shortly introduce myself. My name is Chopel. I'm an Ananda monk, at the moment staying in the Maitreya Institute. The COVID pandemic in the Netherlands, it's rapidly declining. All the amount of infections, the amount of people dying from COVID-19 among the elders, it's rapidly declining. Hospitals are getting empty, and that's all due to the vaccination. It's picking up space very fast. The Holland was very slow in the beginning, but now it's going amazing, and you see the results. Yeah, traffic is. I was cycling today in nature, and you notice how many people are on the road, the amount of traffic, people going from work. It's increasing. The public transport getting more full again when I was going to my mother's place. Yeah, so, and also the amount of restrictions are being lifted. So more and more is possible. People can go to restaurants. So yeah. So all due to the vaccinations and amount of, so yeah, that's good to hear. Don't know how the situation in the UK is now. I hope it is good. Yeah, so some things going on. Yeah, so that was a short introduction. I'm just going to close the window, too much noise. So, small introduction how the situation here is going. Yeah, so for the next session, I would like to just collect many Mani mantras, but for whom joining, hello, I hope you're have a good evening, morning, or afternoon. I hope you're fine. You can do whatever practice you would like. You can look at me or do your own practice. I hope it inspires you a little bit. Yeah. So let me get a prayer. I'll share my screen. So before this, we can set our motivation, why we're doing this. The main that we're trying to combat, to pacify the COVID-19 pandemic around the world. The situation is getting better, but some countries are still very, very bad, especially in South America. The situation is not good, also part of Africa, and of course India and other countries in Asia. But also in Europe, still some parts, Sweden, not going good at the moment. Yeah, so these prayers still helping. And we are also thinking that by doing this, we're fulfilling Rinpoche's wishes. And that this is uniting the FPMT Sangha around the world, also fulfilling Lama Yeshe's, Lama Rinpoche's wishes. For me, it helps being more connected, like a virtual Sangha. And we can also do this with motivation that we are trying to cultivate, can't find the word, the causes that for one day that we ourselves may become enlightened and that we might be able to help sentient beings, our dear mothers, in the best possible way. And for this, you can either visualize Guru Chenrezig in front of you, or the merit field as in a Giorgio in front of you. Think that the holy beings there are in one nature, with Rinpoche is holiness, your own teacher. And there is no difference between them. And we have the capacity ourselves to also develop our own mind to become enlightened, just like the beings and as our gurus. Then you can visualize all sentient beings sitting around us, especially those affected by the COVID-19 and all layers of society. Not only people in hospital fighting for their lives, the nurse working hard, but also layers affected. Like some months ago, that people in America were standing in rows to get food because people lost their jobs, they didn't get an income. Well, you don't hear about that anymore, but things like that still going on, and especially how COVID-19 also what it causes in Nepal and all in India. All sentient beings, mortals in flight space, go for refuge to the Persecuted Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the Sangha Gurus, nuns, Indikinis. We go for refuge to them declared half a mind, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, mothers in flight space, go for refuge to the Persecuted Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the Sangha Gurus, nuns, Indikinis. We go for refuge to them declared half a mind, the Dharmakaya. All sitting beings, mothers in flight space, go for refuge to the Presidibuddha Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the Gurus, nuns, Indikinis. We go for refuge and declared here of our minds, the Dharmakaya. So for the most of the remaining time, I would like to collect Mani mantras, but please feel free to fill it in your own way. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Hum, Om Mani Padme 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 Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Last mala. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that's like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the mere instance, not cured in realms of the world. May all embodying beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds who name terrifying beings as though that in place the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodying beings be unharmed by the total class of interferers, 360 evil spirits harmed suddenly in the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the circumstances of element depriving the body and mind of ever happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power to be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. And by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, and by the power of the Kini, Dharma, Text, and Guardians, and by the power of truth and fallibility of karma's results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Then we can think of all the positive merits we have accumulated by this practice. Dedicated to the spread of the Dharma that may be sustained for a long time for future generations of precious gurus that meet qualified spiritual teachers to personalize COVID-19 around the world. Dagi chine kepa gewari tenandro wa kyulan jempendam kepa yetsu lo sandra pai tempu nimpo nyumri yode zo yik tenkam jempendam pa gang le chung wei xiang pe yu si Kadre su menden zenga su so kuje tenji tu jie lun su tu se jiang jing jiang gen giao wei dan zeng qiong biao wei gen zo de guo zi cok sum ku wei le ne tu dru pa da sol du gandu jaten so sempa rinpoche ma ke panam ke guchi ke pa me pa e gone gondu sanju rinpoche ma ke panam ke guchi ke pa me pa e gone gondu Tony Dava Rinpoche Make Panam Kiguchi Kipa Mepa E Gone Gondu Velbar. Throughout the future lifetimes, may you always be guided by when you see, be able to uphold the Dharma General, the teaching of the penetration, even at the cost of our lives. As long as space remains, as long as transmigration beings remain, until then may we to remain to dispel the suffering of transmigration beings. In all our lives, may we never be separated from perfect use. May we enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing quality and stage of the path. May you gain the quickly state of Vajra Dharma. Okay, so let me stop sharing the screen. Yeah. 2030. All right.
Hello, Venerable.
Yeah, hello.
Oh, look, it's the Maroon Brigade.
Yeah, tonight it is.
We're like buses. Either no one or the three of us. Lovely to see you all.
Yeah, it's good to see you, Venerables. Yeah.
To answer your question about the UK, we were meant to go out of lockdown restrictions 21st of June, but they probably put that back another 4 weeks. Because we have that we're a bit more of a petri dish over here. It's true. It's like, just bring all the. It's really oddly handled. Although they praise themselves how wonderful they did with the first vaccinations round. You think about if you have 100 million doses to give away, I mean, how much were you hoarding? How much are you still hoarding? You know, and people could use it.
Yeah.
And it's, but of course, there's this anti-vax movement as well. That's quite big.
Yep.
So yeah, but it's really odd. And you know, so I was looking forward to heading out to Nalanda next month. And EasyJet just cancelled my flight.
No.
Yes.
You cannot travel at all, Venno.
I mean, France is still amber from our end.
Yeah.
So there are restrictions from coming from here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have to rearrange now everything because it is date specific. And so yeah, I have to have a look. I might just I have to have a look whether I fly from Heathrow now, whether I take the train, or whether I. But that was the other bit. I looked at the Eurostar, and I thought, what if I take the train to Paris and then go down that way?
Oh, yeah.
But of course, the way the business is, they cancel travel from Ashford International, so you have to get into London. And it's like, you know, you might as well walk. It's quicker.
Well, this is the same thing. We have Paul. He's also from the UK. He's a student. Perhaps you know him. He's also in Nalanda. And he tells me how a nightmare it is to travel from the UK to France.
Yeah.
It's like a journey around the world. You have to take so many buses and trains, you know, before you get to your arrival.
Yeah, everything has to go via London, which is already, you know, depending what you want to do, it's all right. But what really annoyed me is because it's going to cost you, depending how you travel, I'm sure they're going to put the prices up again. Just from my end, for an hour to get to London, you're probably looking somewhere in the region of 30, 40 pounds.
Yeah.
On a Saturday.
Yeah.
But if you go during the week and you miss the time, it's about 60, 70. For 60, 70 pounds, I fly to Europe. And then I looked at the connections in France, and it's like, oh, see Europe for 46 euros. And it's like on a train with intercities, you go like, why is ours so expensive?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's really weird. It's really, really weird. But no, we find a way. We find a way.
Okay, so yeah, it's good to see you. I will be back half August.
Yes.
So and then you will be also there, huh? Hopefully.
That's the plan. That's the plan. So it's we're supposed to pop over in July and then more in August.
Yeah. So you sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So you will be joining us for the rain retreat?
Well, you know, maybe a bit longer.
Oh yeah. No. Of course.
Yes. So when is the retreat starting?
The rain retreat, the 20. I spoke to Tender, the 21st of August.
Oh, that's good. At least I would be here still for my dog's birthday. That's good.
Oh. So if sorry, I don't want to chip away from your time.
No. You're not chipping away.
You're going to live permanently from now on in Nalanda, aren't you?
That's if the brothers like me there.
Yeah, they will.
They say, oh, good, another pair of hands.
Yeah.
He likes to be up all night. Let him do all the funny tasks. No. I mean, it's a nice setting, and I think it's from a timing. It's also with Maitreya Pure Land.
Yeah.
You know, I think there are a lot of wonderful things happening.
Yeah.
And you know,
I can be
hopefully, it can be a bit useful. Although
Yeah.
when you see the brothers there, you know, doing the carpentry, it's like, okay, that's a skill way beyond me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the Tenzin Gendon. He's from New Zealand. Yeah, he's amazing with the carpentry.
Yes, but it's good to have the skills on site, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, we see. But yeah, it's good to know that you will be back. So second half.
Yeah.
It would be nice to catch up. It would be nice to catch up in person.
Yeah. All right.
And if you ever get stuck and you feel you want to take see my slot is after, and you ever want to extend, just let me know. No problem.
Yeah, you have credits overtime. You're creating. Yeah.
You know, it's just even if I don't have overtime, if you feel like never worry about my slot too much.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm always happy to give a little.
You already do so much. Yeah. Okay.
No. I just go lazy. You know, the people get the overdose are the people at the Chenrezig Institute sitting there for 24 hours, you know. Thangtong Gyalpo, money, 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 money.
You have one more session, Venerable Temcho. Are you doing one more session?
What now? I do one and then
and then one more.
Shh! Don't give
And
it
then
all
you do
away.
one more.
Well,
I thought you only had this one.
I'm just checking.
No,
Correct.
it's like, well, you know, you know, it's nice to catch up with people, you know. That's what I do, you know.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Never feel afraid. You know, if you see my name somewhere, you
Yeah,
want
okay.
to,
It's good
or
to
you
know.
want to
from
start,
that.
don't worry, you know, I'm easy.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. Okay.
All right. But
If it's too late for you, I can do the session if you would like. Because I think it will be too late for you.
I don't mind whatever you say. I don't know. You know, I'm sure you have other tasks. If you want to take the session, you're welcome to it. But the the later one.
Oh, okay. Let us do it this way.
Okay, toss a coin.
I finish this. Let's do it both. I take this session for half an hour, and then the last 20 minutes you do a Venerable, or Venerable Amy.
There is a session, I think, in 1 hour.
Oh yeah, there's from Venerable. Yes, sorry, I'm totally mixed up with the
Don't
times.
worry,
I thought you were saying that you do this session.
Now it's Venerable Damcho, and then 2 more sessions.
Yeah.
Sangha, and then again Venerable Damcho.
Okay. I thought it was on here.
Don't worry.
All over the place.
No. This is the beauty. This is life. Everybody wondering, is this the prayer or is it a discussion group? I'm easy. Yeah. I don't mind either way. But no, I appreciate all your offers of help and things like that. So it's your call.
Yeah. So when is your next session then Venerable?
In an hour.
In an hour.
Hour and a half from now, isn't it? About that. Yeah. Never mind.
In 1 hour, I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Let me finish this session for you. I could have done that before.
Well,
and then you take
like
off.
collecting monies. I tell you what, I sit here and spin my wheel so you can accumulate more monies.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
If that's what you want to do.
Yeah, I will take this. I will take it.
Are you sure you want to take the last one?
You mean this one now?
No. Chenrezig.
Yes, sure. Yes.
Are you sure? God, blimey. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you people? No, bless you all. May you have plenty of merit. May you never run out of merit.
Yeah.
And rejoice wherever you go.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I might put my nose in. Well, thank you kindly.
Yeah. Okay.
Please. Venerable Triple, back to you.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. So I will do till 11. Then Venerable Yeshua was on, if I'm correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. So let me start sharing screen again. Yes. Let me get something. Let me get this. Now I'll do it full screen. Yeah. So think of trying to set our motivation of why we're doing this. COVID-19 is still out there in the world, affecting people's lives, all layers of society. I think we're fulfilling Rinpoche's wishes, His Holiness wishes. That one day we ourselves become a Buddha, so they might be able to help all sentient beings the best way. Then we can visualize Guru Chenrezig or the field of merit in front of you. All sentient beings. Think how we're dependent on all our dear friends, people we don't know, and also our enemies, how we depend on them for our own happiness. And this shows that how we are connected to them. And also how this session, us talking, is also an example of the interconnectedness, and that we depend on each other. But it also entails that we, by being interconnected, that we are also responsible for the happiness of other people. Because how we behave, it affects the happiness of others. Also, like Rinpoche said, and that the deity in front of us is in one nature with our gurus, same from the same Dharmakaya. That all sentient beings have to have the same essence, and their minds are also empty. And due to this, they also have the potential to become Buddhas. That's also where lies our capacity lies to become a Buddha, to be able to benefit all sentient beings. All sentient beings, mothers in flight space, go for refuge to the Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the Assembly Gurus, the Kinis. We go for refuge and declare it over mind, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, mothers in flight space, go for refuge to the Present Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge, Assembly Gurus, the Kinis. We go for refuge and declare it over mind, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, mothers in flight space, go for refuge to the Present Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the Assembly Gurus, the Kinis. We go for refuge to them declared of our minds, the Dharmakaya. So I will be reciting many mantras again, but please feel free to do any mantra you would like, or recite with any prayer you would like. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Last mala. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. I would like to recite the mantra once and then afterwards do some medicine Buddha mantras and some Tara mantras. May whatever suffering to the heart from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the mere sins, not a cure in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and epidemic diseases, the mere sounds who name terrifying beings, as though that in places size the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed, be hated out of classes and fears, turn 6 evil spirits, suddenly the 4 and 24 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering the heart to the uncertain suit of elements, depriving the body and mind of happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Guru, its rituals, may the power of the kidneys, Dharma protection guardians, may the power of the truth and fallibility of karma results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Tayata, beganza, Ratna Samapata Shoa, Tayata, beganza, Ratna Samapata Shoa, Tayata, beganza, Tayata, beganza, Ratna Samapata Shoa, Tayata, beganza, Ratna Samapata Shoa. Beganza, Ratna Samapata. Tayata, beganza, Ratna Samapata Shoa, Tayata, beganza, Ratna Samapata. Tayata, beganza, Ratna Samapata Shoa, Tayata, beganza, Ratna Samapata. Tayata, beganza, Ratna Samapata Shoa, Tayata, beganza, Ratna Samapata Shoa. Tayata, beganza, Ratna Samapata Shoa, Tayata, beganza, Ratna Samapata. Tayata, beganza, Ratna Samapata Shoa, beganza, Ratna Samapata Shoa, Tayata, 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 beganza, Ratna Samapata Shoa. Tayata, beganza, Ratna Samapata Shoa. I prostrate to the goddess for the story, liberating Tara. Homage to Tara, Savior as heroine. Win to Tara, dispelling all fears, granting all benefit with to it sounds so I bow. Tare to Tare to the show, Tare to Tare to the show, Tare to Tare to the show, Tare to Tare to the Tare to Tare to the show. Antare tutare ture soha. Then we can think of all the positive potential you now have created. And that we can dedicate it to that the Dharma be sustained for future generations, that we all spiritual masters may have a long life, manifest a long life in good health, that we always be guided by precious Mahayana teachers, that all wars and epidemics in the world may be pacified, and that people, and that the people and the sentient beings and the Sangha around the world may live in harmony with each other. Dagi chine keba kebari tentam rawa kumla champandan kepa yachun losandrak pai tenkpe nipo nyore selje chu. With this long life praise, you can also hear dedicate for your own gurus. Yik tamkan debana malu pa gang le chung we shang pa yu. Kadri tu menten gaso o kuji tanjing tu che lan tu cho jan jing jan gen gyal we tanjing kyong pel we kun zo da po che sok sum kur lek te men tu dru pa. I see it's 11 o'clock, so I will do one more and then I finish. Sansu senso rinpoche make pananke guchi kepa me pa e gone gondu velba show. Okay, I finish here. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Venerable Donsho, for all your work, Chenrezig Institute. And then I hope Venerable Yeshe is online. Oh, sorry, yes. You. Yeah. I remember you. I remember your face from last time. So, yeah. Then I will pass it on to you, Venerable.
Can you hear us? Hello?
I can hear you.
I cannot hear.
Hello. We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. Venerable Dhamcho, can you hear us?
I can.
We cannot hear you.
Hello?
Some problem here.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Okay. Can you hear us?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning.
Hello, Venerable Geshe.
Good morning, Venerable Dhamcho. How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. So yeah, Venerable Chirpal has taken an extra slot, but it's still nice, to see you all. I thought like, oh, wonderful. I see Venerable Chirpal, I see you, because I don't get much chance to connect with all of you sometimes. So it's lovely to cross paths whenever the opportunity arises. But I'm also mindful that I don't want to eat too much into your time slot, but lovely to see you. And thank you very much for, everything.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you. Okay, am I good to go? Good morning from Chenrezig Institute. Another beautiful, bright, sunny morning, very cool and crisp. It's only a couple of degrees and a bit of a wind blowing this morning, so certainly clears the cobwebs. So just taking a moment and settling in, and we'll start with a motivation of the great Jetsun Tsongkhapa, the swift fulfillment of wishes, independence, on the great Jetsun Tsongkhapa. So it's actually by Sekong Rinpoche. And we'll use that as our motivation this morning, remembering that in the last line of each verse, where we really ask that our wishes be swiftly fulfilled, that we think mainly for the pandemic, which is the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche to do these prayers, but also the unfolding effects of the pandemic. You know, there are people suffering famine and unemployment, poverty, because of the pandemic, aside of the pandemic, before and after. Well, we haven't got after, but since before, and all of those unwell. So we can keep that in mind and just focus on getting through all this and through it together, and that our prayers do matter and they do count. Holding particular special prayers for Geshe Tenle, who's still recovering from a terrible accident last weekend. So we'll start with the verses now. We'll recite Nama Guru, supreme embodiment of the wisdom and compassion of all the victorious ones of the three times, manifesting as a monk wearing the three saffron robes, the spontaneous exalted wisdom, Dharmakaya, possessing the five bodies. To you, Jetsun Losang Drapa, I make request. Please bless me that all my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. With the nature of primordially pure clear light, uninterrupted natural expression of the complete Sambhogakaya, great being who unifies body and mind, to you, Jetsun Losang Drapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Displaying an array of manifold Namanakaya emanations, appropriate to the limitless living beings, equaling the expanse of space, to you, Jetsun Losang Drapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Through the power of having made single-pointed request to you, may all the unfortunate natural manifestations of the degenerate age, illness, famine, quarrelling, epidemic disease, graha spirits, interferers, and so forth, be pacified. Then, when I request that the excellent collection of conducive conditions increase, please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Having completely cleared away the darkness of ignorance and confusion, and fully developed the illumination of supreme intelligence, virtuous friend who causes the 100-petal lotus of the scriptural tradition to bloom, the sun radiating benefit and happiness to you, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Since I and others, the assembly of faithful disciples, have no other Lord of refuge to turn to for hope, when we make requests in all the 6 sessions of day and night, please bless us that the Guru's blessings may enter our minds. Also, at the end of this life, may I see you, glorious Losang Drapa, along with your retinue, and immediately have a vision of you saying reassuringly, Son, go to the celestial realm of Tushita. Care for me with your compassion, precious Guru. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. So now we'll start the Vajra speech of Master Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed man prayer known as Liberating Sake from Disease by Thangtong Gyalpo. This is the main prayer of our prayerathon each week. So if you have your copies with us, we can do this together. We'll start with the motivation 3 times and then we'll move on from there. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, we go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind, the Dharmakaya. Now we'll do 3 malas of Om Mani Padme Hum, mantra of compassion. We'll start together and then we'll continue silently. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 and we'll do the actual prayers 3 times together. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhujas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We'll continue with 3 more malas of the Om Mani Padme Hum mantra. We'll start together again, and then we can continue silently. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. We'll recite the actual prayer another 3 times together. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. All sentient may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and vibhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So, confirmation time here. So I might just, if I may, do the prayer for dispelling famine. So say this is just an after effect of the COVID in some places that are managing COVID well, but unfortunately due to the lack of resources or just the effect of the pandemic in places, the famine is gripping certain communities and countries around the world. And of course, the climate plays a role in all of this as well. So we'll do the prayer for dispelling famine, which is also by Thangtong Gyalpo. And I don't expect any of you to have a copy of that in front of you, so I shall do. But if you can keep your thoughts towards all of those experiencing famine at this time, that would be fantastic. First, you generated the supreme mind of unsurpassable awakening, firmly set upon the liberation of sentient beings in their infinitude. Then you perfected the two accumulations, O compassionate, victorious one, you whose love embraces beings bereft of any protector in these degenerate times. Protect them without fail. For these beings plagued by hunger, thirst, difficulties, and suffering, release upon the world and the land of snows a rain of all the pleasant things the senses can enjoy, including jewels, food, wealth, grain, and bedding. Pacify harm among the four elements, untimely wind and fire, or inauspicious rains and waters. Let grains, plants, harvests, and the like mature fully, just as in the golden age. Through the strength of aspirations such as these, inspired by loving kindness and compassion, may sickness, weapons, and famines be thoroughly pacified, and beings enjoy long life, good health, well-being, and happiness. Through the power of the compassion of the victorious ones and their heirs, and the infallible power of the interdependence of causes and results, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and flourish, and all beings swiftly reach unsurpassable awakening. While holding these prayers in our thoughts, we'll just do another Mala recitation of Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Do all the dedication prayers. We'll seal the merits with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. In the Interfaith Buddhist Prayer for Peace, may all beings everywhere plagued with sufferings of body and mind quickly be freed of their illnesses. May those frightened cease to be afraid, and may those bound be free. May the powerless find power, and may people think of befriending one another. May those who find themselves in trackless, fearful wildernesses, the children, the aged, the unprotected, be guarded by beneficial celestials, and may they swiftly attain Buddhahood. To actualize bodhicitta, may the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. For the long life of His Holiness Dalai Lama, to the incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for His Holiness's wishes to be spontaneously fulfilled, savor of the land of snow teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the lotus holder, Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjanath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, saviour of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Oh, did I run over? Back in your 7:30 slot here. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Lovely to see you again.
Thank you. Very nice to see you also. Yeah. And we've got a visitor, Fernando Rubio. Welcome to Fernando. I'm not sure who that is. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Lovely.
Yeah.
Welcome. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I shall leave for you.
Thank you. To you and all the Taras. Thank you. All right. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Tenzin Paoyang here in New York City. So we will begin the prayers first with the motivation. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And again, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And a third time, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now we will, at our own individual pace, we'll do just a couple of minutes of the Mani Mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. And additional to our motivation, may all beings everywhere really be paying attention and caring for the sufferings of other sentient beings, which includes, may all countries that have vaccine to offer to places in the world that are suffering with shortages of vaccine, may it happen very quickly. May it happen very quickly. And now we will do Bamrim glance meditation by Dorje Chang Losang Jinpa. Essence encompassing all Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma of scripture and realization, principle of all the areas intending virtue, in the glorious holy Gurus, I take refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Until I achieve Buddhahood, please bless me to be like youthful North Song and Bodhisattva always crying, in correctly following the virtuous friend with pure thought and action, seeing whatever is done as pure and accomplishing whatever is said and advised. please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedoms and richnesses is difficult to find and easily perishes, that action and result are so profound, and that the sufferings of the evil-gone transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. Therefore, please bless me to take refuge from the depths of my heart in the three rare sublime ones, to abandon negative karma and to accomplish virtue according to Dharma. Independence upon that, even if I achieve the mere higher rebirth of a deva or human, I will still have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara because of not having abandoned and being under the control of the disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, please bless me to reflect well upon the way of circling in samsara and to continuously follow day and night the path of the three types of precious trainings, the principal method for becoming free from samsara. Independence upon that, even if I achieve mere liberation, since there is no sentient being of the sixth type who has not been my father and mother, please bless me to think I must fulfill their purpose and turn away from the lower happiness of nirvana. Then, please bless me to generate precious bodhicitta by equalizing and exchanging myself with others and to follow the conduct of the conqueror's sons and daughters, the six paramitas, and so forth. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, I will not be upset even if I have to experience the sufferings of samsara for a long time. However, please bless me to look at sentient beings with extraordinary, unbearable compassion and to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings. Then, please bless me to protect my vows and samayas more than my life and to quickly accomplish the unified Vajradhara state in one brief lifetime of this degenerate time. May I not give rise to heresy for even a second in regard to the actions of the glorious Guru. May I see whatever actions are done as pure. With this action and devotion, may I receive the Guru's blessings in my heart. Magnificent and precious Guru, please abide on a lotus seat at my heart. Guide me with your great kindness and grant me the realizations of your holy body, speech, and mind. And now a verse from Kadampa Geshe Langri Tongkpa's 8 verses of thought transformation. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them dear, most dear at all times. And a verse from Aryasura's prayer in 70 stanzas. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. And now some verses from Conqueror's son Shanti Deva's Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life. May I be a savior for those who lack a savior, a guide for all the beings who enter a road, a boat, a ship, and a bridge for those who want to cross the water. May I be an island for those who seek the safe shore of an island, a light for those who want a light, bedding for those who wish for bedding, and for all beings who desire a servant, may I become a servant of them all. May I be a wish-granting jewel and a wish-fulfilling vase, giving rise to whatever is desired, such as food and clothing. Powerful mantra accomplishing the actions of pacification, increase, and so forth. Great medicine, curing every sickness, a wish-fulfilling tree satisfying every need, and a wish-granting cow for all beings. Like the 4 great elements, the earth, and so forth. And like the sky, may I always be a means of living in every way for the innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, May I be a means of living at all times and in all ways for the realms of sentient beings equaling the extent of space until they attain the sorrowless state. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the sufferings of transmigratory beings. And now we'll move on to the actual prayer. With some backstory first. Once an epidemic, was spreading from one person to another at the great seat of the glorious Sakya Monastery. Whatever the mantric masters tried, Red Crosses, tormas, medicines, mantras, protection amulets, and so forth, had no effect, and the monastery was in danger of annihilation. At that time, the great Lord Mahasiddha performed the space refuge, recited a number of Mani mantras, and proclaimed this prayer, after which the entire epidemic immediately ceased independence upon its performance. Thereby, it became renowned as the Vajra speech, radiating masses of clouds of blessing, entitled The Prayer Liberating Sakya from Disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we'll consider the prayer one more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And for a third time, the actual prayer. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now we do have time today. We will do another prayer composed by Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. This one is a request to pacify the fear of famine. And some backstory from the colophon on this one. In Tibet, when a great fear of famine caused by bad harvest, frost, hail, and the like arose, the great Lord Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo offered a begging bowl full of grain, or we could say an alms bowl full of grain, in front of the Gyalpo Rinpoche in Lhasa and made prayers. As a result of this, those endowed with the appropriate karma saw Arya Avalokiteshvara bringing down a rain of grain from the sky over the land of Tibet. This blessed Vajra speech also liberates all living beings from the sufferings of hunger and thirst. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate, victorious one, completed the two accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, heroes, Pratyeka Buddhas, gurus, yidams, dakinis, and dharma guardians of the 10 directions, yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your written news. Think of these protectorless beings of the degenerate times with love. And then, in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed: jewels, food, wealth, rains, bedding, and so forth, on this world, this land of snows, on this world, on all worlds. Please pacify the harm of the four elements: untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth. And may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. by the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion. May the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. And now we'll move on to some dedication prayers. First, to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta, not yet born, arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. For the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. And a verse, to meet a perfect guru in all lifetimes. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. And a verse for Lama Tsongkhapa to be our direct Mahayana Guru in all our future lives. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. And then 3 verses from Nagarjuna's Jewel Garland. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and monastery firewood, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them much more than myself. May all their negative karma ripen upon me, and may all my virtue ripen upon them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I could achieve highest enlightenment. And to dedicate in the same way as all the past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. And a verse for the long life of His Holiness Dalai Lama, who wish granting, wish fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso I beseech. May all your holy wishes be simultaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the Sedua's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And now I think we have time to do the beautiful prayer, Shantideva's prayer from chapter 10 of Bodhicharya Vatara. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. And now we'll do a brief sealing the merits with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Good morning, my friend.
Good morning, Venerable Yanma. How are you?
I'm good. And I was particularly happy to be able to do the prayers today because the American president announced sometime at the end of this week that there's an enormous number of vaccines that are going to be donated, I think, through the World Health Organization. So my prayer is that that may happen very quickly, but I think it's in the works now. So seems so important. Seems so important for countries everywhere, you know, to really pay attention to the interdependence, you know, and the offering. Because it's the only way for it to be win-win, is if we are giving,
Same here in Australia now. Many people getting vaccine, and yeah, I think it's everywhere in the world now that if it's possible, then to give as soon as,
Right. But what I meant is to be donating to other countries, you know,
Yes.
that was
Yes.
this, it's so important too.
Yeah,
Right. We have to put on our own, this is, you know, we have to put on our own gas mask before we can really care for our child if we're on a plane. Same thing with this, but yeah, so it's time to care for everyone else. For everyone else too.
True.
Yeah. And you're well?
Yes, very well, thank you.
Good. So good
Thank
to
you so
see you
much for
always.
your- Thank you.
All right. See you soon.
See you soon. Yeah, be well.
Bye. Thank
Bye.
you. Bye.
Good morning, good evening. My name is Kompen, and I will lead you
through the next session, to this session. We start the session with the foundation of all good qualities. The foundation of all good qualities is the kind and perfect pure Guru. Correct devotion to him is the root of the path. By clearly seeing this and applying great effort, please bless me to rely upon him with great respect. Understanding that the precious freedom of this rebirth is found only once, is greatly meaningful and is difficult to find again. Please bless me to generate a mind that unceasingly day and night takes its essence. This life is as impermanent as a water bubble. Remember how quickly it decays and death comes. After that, just like a shadow follows the body, the result of black and white karma follows. Finding firm and definite conviction in this, please bless me always to be careful, to abandon even the slightest negativities and accomplish all virtuous deeds. Seeking samsaric pleasures is the door of all suffering. They are uncertain and cannot be relied upon. Recognizing these shortcomings, please bless me to generate a strong wish for the bliss of liberation. Let by this pure thought, mindfulness, alertness, and great caution arise. The root of the teaching is keeping the pratimoksha vows. Please bless me to accomplish this essential practice. Just as I have fallen into the sea of samsara, so have all mother transmigratory beings. Please bless me to see this, train in supreme bodhicitta, and bear the responsibility of freeing transmigratory beings. Even if I develop only bodhicitta, but I don't practice the 3 types of morality, I will not achieve enlightenment. With my clear recognition of this, please bless me to practice the bodhisattva vows with great energy. Once I have pacified distraction to wrong objects and correctly analyzed the meaning of reality, please bless me to generate quickly within my mind stream the unified path of calm abiding and special insight. Having become a pure vessel by training in a general path, please bless me to enter the holy gateway of the fortunate one, the supreme Vajra vehicle. At that time, the basis of accomplishing the 2 attainments is keeping pure vows and samaya. As I have become firmly convinced of this, please bless me to protect these vows and pledges like my life. Then, having realized the importance of the 2 stages, the essence of Vajrayana, by practicing with great energy, never giving up the 4 sessions, please bless me to realize the teachings of the Holy Guru. Like that, may the Gurus who show the noble path and the spiritual friends who practice it have long lives. Please bless me to pacify completely all outer and inner hindrances. In all my lives, never separated from perfect Gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the stages and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. And now we go to the actual prayer. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Vedants, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind, the Dharmakaya. Now we recite few malas of Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases that sadden the mind of sentient beings, the result of karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and abhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from the life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodying beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as though they had been placed inside of mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodying beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferences the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus of the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, the result of from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from mind in mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all body beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside of mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodying beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of intemperance, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the mind of sentient beings, the result of from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from mind in mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodying beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodying beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of intemperance, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We recite 2 more malas of Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani And recite 2 times, 3 times the prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from mind in mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodying beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodying beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from mind in mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodying beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodying beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from mind in mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodying beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodying beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Now we do dedication prayers. First, we do the beautiful and deep Shantidevas prayer. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean happiness and joy by virtue of my merit. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are torn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious dreams. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvest. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be free from the elements. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be free. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain, to dispel the misery of transmigratory beings. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta, the that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. The prayer, the long life of His Holiness Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for His Holiness's wishes to be spontaneously fulfilled, Savior of the snow, of the land of snow teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of our precious Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subdued moral way, who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish the magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones. Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please, live long. And now we seal the merits with the emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I am completely empty of existing from my own side. Achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. And lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side. By myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Thank you. Welcome, Venerable Sangye Kadrola. I think your sound, we cannot hear you. I think you mute.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. How are you?
I'm well, I'm well. And you?
Very
What's
well,
your name?
thank you. Kumpen.
Kumpen.
Kumpen. Kumpen.
You're Chenrezig?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I think we've met once before. But
Yes.
you have a different background now.
Yeah.
Very beautiful.
Yeah, 21 taras. They are very beautiful. Yeah. You have a beautiful Buddha behind you also.
It's actually a virtual screen, but it's the Buddha in the Gompa here. Very beautiful.
I've been a Gompa now. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so let's start the next session of the prayerathon. So we start with a positive motivation for doing this practice. So all sentient beings are just like oneself, wanting to be happy, to have good experiences, wanting to be free of any painful, bad experiences. We're all the same in that way. And we all deserve to be happy, and nobody deserves to suffer. Suffering is an aberration, a mistake arising due to ignorance and other afflictive emotions and karma in our minds, which we don't really have any control over. And it's nobody's fault that we suffer. And we're very fortunate that the Buddha discovered a way to be free of suffering completely, once and for all, and a way to experience the greatest peace and happiness of liberation and enlightenment. We're fortunate that we have a chance to learn these teachings given by the Buddha, showing how to be free of suffering, how to have happiness. And so let's do this practice, not just for oneself, but for the sake of all other sentient beings. So the Buddha himself, when he gave teachings, he did so for the benefit of all sentient beings. He wasn't thinking of just a limited number of beings, but everyone without exception. So it's good if we try to have that same attitude in our own minds. Really open the mind, open the heart to all sentient beings with the wish for them to be free of suffering, the wish for them to be happy, and eventually reach full enlightenment. And do this practice for that goal, for the enlightenment of all living beings. And we can also think in particular of those who are suffering right now as a result of COVID, those who actually are sick with COVID, as well as their loved ones, their family and friends who are very worried and suffering, seeing their loved ones suffer. And those who have already lost loved ones, and grieving that loss. It's probably one of the greatest forms of suffering that people have, losing a loved one. So COVID has brought a great deal of suffering to our world, and it's still very much a problem. So we can think in particular of all the people affected by COVID. But there are people suffering in other ways as well. People who are hungry, homeless, lost their jobs, or sick with other kinds of sickness. There's war happening, fighting happening. So everyone has some kind of suffering. All beings in samsara have some kind of suffering. So they all deserve our compassion and our love and our dedication to working for their benefit. So imagine all those sentient beings surrounding us while we do the practice. And in front of us, the Buddha, who feels love and compassion for each and every one of us and is there all the time, ready to help us. And around him, many other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, such as Tara and Chenrezig, Manjushri, the medicine Buddhas. So there's countless Buddhas and Bodhisattvas who are totally dedicated to helping every living being, 24/7, every minute, every second. So imagine them there in front of us and around us. And imagine all sentient beings opening their hearts to the Buddha and his compassion and wisdom, and taking refuge in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. So we'll start with the prayer of liberating Sakya from disease by Thangtong Gyalpo. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space,
go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Next, we recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, a few malas. And you can imagine that amongst this assembly of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in front of us is Chenrezig, Buddha of compassion. And so we focus on him and imagine light and nectar pouring from his heart into oneself and all other sentient beings, especially those suffering right now from COVID or other causes. And our bodies and minds are filled with the light from Chenrezig's heart, the light of compassionate wisdom. And it purifies our karma, our afflictions, our sickness, our all physical suffering, and also the mental suffering, afflictive emotions and karma, and all the causes of suffering. So all this negative energy gets purified and our positive potential is nourished so that it can grow and bring us quickly to the state of enlightenment. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Now let's recite the mantra of Tara. So His Holiness the Dalai Lama has recommended that we recite Tara mantra for the problems related to COVID. So you can imagine Tara, Mother Tara, also there in front, around among all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, looking with compassion like a mother on her children, looking on all sentient beings with a pure, unconditional loving kindness and compassion of a mother for her children. And again, light and nectar pouring from Tara into each and every one of us and clearing away our suffering and causes of suffering and helping our minds cultivate all the causes of happiness up to enlightenment. Om Tare Tu Soha. 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 Om Tare Tu tare tu re so ha om dar de re om dar de om dar om dar de om dar om dar. Om Dar Tutari Soha. And then the mantra of Black Manjushri, also very good against diseases. Om Trasuju Sadurdi Sadurmi Sanim Zakam Shamdam Devi Soha. Om Trasuju Sadurdi Sadurmi Sanim Zakam Shamdam Devi Soha. Om Trasuju Sadurdi Sadurmi Sanim Zakam Shamdam Devi Soha. Om Trasuju Sadurdi Sadurmi Sanim Zakam Shamdam Devi Soha. Om Trasuju Sadurdi Sadurmi Sanim Zakam Shamdam Devi Soha. Om Trasuju Sadurdi Sadurmi Sanim Zakam Shamdam Devi Soha. Om Trasuju Sadurdi Sadurmi Sanim Zakam Shamdam Devi Soha. Om Trasuju Sadurdi Sadurmi Sanim Zakam Shamdam Devi Soha. Om Trasuju Sadurdi Sadurmi Sanim Zakam Shamdam Devi Soha. Om Trasuju Sadurdi Sadurmi Sanim Zakam Shamdam Devi Soha. Om Trasuju Sadurdi Sadurmi Sanim Zakam Shamdam Devi Soha. Om Trasuju Sadurdi Sadurmi Sanim Zakam Shamdam Devi Soha. Om Trasuju Sadurdi Sadurmi Sanim Zakam Shamdam Devi Soha. Om Trasuju Sadurdi Sadurmi Sanim Zakam Shamdam Devi Soha. Om Trasuju Sadurdi Sadurmi Sanim Zakam Shamdam Devi Soha. Om Trasuju Sadurdi Sadurmi Sanim Zakam Shamdam Devi Soha. Om Trasuju Sadurdi Sadurmi Sanim Zakam Shamdam Devi Soha. Now the actual prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating Shakya from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now, the actual dedication prayers. So all the merit accumulated during this session, and we can also think of all the merit accumulated in the past, present, and future by all beings, both ordinary beings and also Arya beings, especially Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. All this merit is like a huge ocean of merit, positive energy, positive potential. So we can think of all that merit and then dedicate it along with our own merit. So we dedicate it to enlightenment and the long lives of our spiritual teachers and the relief from suffering for all sentient beings. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of a Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exception into that enlightened state. May the supreme jewel bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Just as the brave Manjushri and Samantabhadra too realize things as they are, I too dedicate all these merits in the best way, that I may follow their perfect example. I dedicate all these roots of virtue with a dedication praised as the best, by the victorious ones thus gone of the 3 times, so I might perform good works. I dedicate whatever virtues I have ever collected for the benefit of the teachings and of all sentient beings, and in particular for the essential teachings of perfect, pure Losandrakpa to shine forever. Due to all these merits, may all the father and mother sentient beings have all happiness, and may the lower realms be empty forever. Wherever there are bodhisattvas, may all their prayers be accomplished immediately. May I cause all this by myself alone. due to all the merit accumulated in the 3 times by myself and others, may those beings who merely see, hear, remember, touch, or talk to me be freed in that very second from all their sufferings and abide in happiness forever. Whatever suffering sentient beings experience, may it ripen on me. Whatever merit and its resulting happiness I have accumulated, may others experience it. And this beautiful verse from Shantideva: for as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. And then the long life prayers. His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All powerful Chenrezig Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. Savior of the snowland teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to the holder of the lotus, Lord Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 jewels, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And finally, dedicating with the understanding of emptiness. So by these merits we've accumulated, which are empty of existing inherently, or merely labeled by the mind, may the I, who is empty of existing inherently, merely labeled by the mind, quickly reach the state of enlightenment, which is also empty of existing inherently and is merely labeled by the mind. And may we lead all sentient beings who are also empty of existing inherently and are merely labeled by the mind to that state of enlightenment as well. Okay.
Okay, it's me again.
Again.
We like this time, yeah?
Yeah, it's kind of convenient for me. But next week I have to teach a weekend course, so you probably won't see me next week.
Where are you teaching? Which centre?
Sorry?
Which centre are you teaching?
Oh, it's Shrivasti Abbey, but it'll be online, so people can follow it.
Online, but you're doing it for Shrivasti Abbey. Oh, okay, what's it on?
Know your mind. So it's kind of lyric. It'll be about kinds of awareness and mental factors. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw you were doing some things for Thupten Norbu Ling. You've been teaching.
Yeah, I've been doing things for Thupten Norbu Ling and Sechen Ling and Gala Gyatso Center, and another weekend I'll do Shiwa La in Brazil. I'm getting lots of invitations. So
that's good. I used to be SPC at Thupten Norbu Ling, you see, so I still get all their emails. So I saw your name doing some different things there.
You used to be there, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a sweet centre. It's a nice centre, yeah, and they're doing a lot of expansion at the moment. It's exciting. Yeah, I'm happy for them.
I hope to get there one day.
Yeah, I think the new centre looks very exciting. You know, Charmaine's doing a really good job with the looks. It's a very nice community and they really appreciate Sangha. They really enjoy Sangha. So, okay, I better get started.
Thank you very much, Venerable Sangha. Thank you. And welcome,
Okay,
Angie.
Thank you.
Angie.
Okay, motivation to just very quickly to review your motivation. It's to, as always, to benefit all sentient beings, and particularly for the places where the virus is still quite strong, quite overpowering for the countries in Brazil, and India, Nepal, and wherever else that haven't been able to get enough vaccinations. We just make a special dedication for them and for individuals that may also be suffering or in risk of getting the virus. And then also we dedicate these prayers for all viruses in this world to be purified, all the karma for that, and for all beings to quickly purify all the karma, be free the delusions, and quickly achieve all the realizations, Lamrim realizations, and also tantric realizations up to full enlightenment. And we imagine all sentient beings around us taking refuge together in the three jewels and receiving that guidance and protection through the lives up to enlightenment. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Oh, money pay me, 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 oh, money. Oh, money pay me, oh, money pay me. Oh, money pay me, 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 oh, money pay me. Oh, money pay me, 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 oh, money pay me. Oh, money pay me, 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 oh, money pay me. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading the being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in near instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings, as though being placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 8,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every pleasure be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the triple gem, by the power of dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Oh, money pay me, oh, my money pay me, oh, my money pay me. Oh, money pay me, oh, my 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 money pay me, oh, money pay me, oh, my money pay me, oh, my money pay me, oh, my money. Oh, money pay me, oh, my 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 money. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and ailments, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though being placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of harmful interferers, 306 evil spirits harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements depriving the body and mind of every pleasure be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and kinis. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and kinis. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, kinis. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and ailments, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May well-embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they're being placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 class of harmful interferers, the 306 evil spirits harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements depriving the body and mind of every pleasure be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to assembly of gurus, meditational deities and beginnings. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Oh, money by me, 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 oh, money by me. Oh, money by me, 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 oh, money by me. Money by me, oh, 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 money by me. Oh, money by me, 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 oh, money by me. Oh, money by me, oh, money by me, money by me. Oh, money paid me home. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and ailments, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 8,000 class of harmful interferers, 360 evil spirits harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Oh, money by me, oh, my 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 money by me. Oh, money by me, oh, my money by me, oh, my money by me, oh, my money by me, oh, money by me. Oh, money by me, oh, money by me, oh, money by me, oh, money by me. Oh, money by me, oh, money by me, oh, money by me, oh, money by me, oh, money by me. Oh, money by me, oh, my money by me, oh, my money by me, oh, money by me, oh, money by me, oh, money by me, oh, money by me. Oh, money pay me, oh, may all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and ailments, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though it had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 8,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of Kamnat's results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. One more time. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities and the kings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities and bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and ailments, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings, as though they're being placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 8,000 class of harmful interferers, 360 evil spirits, and harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. So we'll do short dedication prayers. Lama Sangye Rugyor Rova Jigyan Maluka De Sala Gopasho Janjo Senjo Rinpoche Mage Kanange Gyurshi Gewanyamba Medaya Konne Gondu Pelwarshu. And then the long life prayer for His Holiness. prayer that spontaneously fulfills all wishes. Toni ninje zundu shubela checher selze ganchen dendro jana bemu tenzin gyatsoda soba depso shedo and remembering the kindness of His Holiness the Dalai Lama and the Tibetan people, the object of refuge of myself and of all transmigratory beings. In all our lifetimes, this embodiment of the three rare sublime ones, the all-encompassing three refuges from one, the Guru, the wish-granting jewel, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the Master Padmasambhava, the Dharma Kings, Sonzen Gampo and Trees and Depths, and the Abbot Shantarachita, and the numberless holy beings who preserved and spread the Buddha Dharma in Tibet, and the Tibetan people who practiced and served Buddhism so faithfully for 1,000 years, as well as those who, along with many others, died sacrificing lives for Tibet and His Holiness, may all their positive wishes be fulfilled immediately. Due to their limitless kindness, the sun of Tibetan Buddhism has now risen in the west, which is a dark land, but now that I've met with the Dharma, I've received the perfect human body, enabling me to lead a meaningful life. Our refuge and saviour, the Supreme One, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and the Tibetan people have been so kind to us. Remembering this, we make the following dedicating prayers. May all His Holiness the Dalai Lama's wishes be successful immediately. May the snow land of Tibet achieve pure freedom, and may the Buddha Dharma develop even more than before in Tibet. May all Mother Transmigrate beings achieve enlightenment quickly. And then for the Lama Zopa Rinpoche, it's a long life prayer. We'll do the bestowing supreme immortality, the longer one, composed by Root Guru, Kyabje Lama Rinpoche. Om Svasti, Vijaya, all conquering goddess, whose lunar-like face changes with our changing fates, the faintest cooling ray, whose mantra name allays the fiery pain of life's final end. Rainmaker adept, who brings forth life's rain, here now grant your greatest of gifts, victorious goddess, grant life without end. Hear our prayer, Lama, who we revere, you who bear the name of he who fiercely holds the living essence, the pure paradigmatic doctrine of the conquerors, of he alone adornment of the earth, of he a guide to sublime liberation, the sphere of peace. Precious treasure of precise and subtle reasoning, golden laser light of bright and unerring wisdom, clarifying without confusion the true truths amongst the multiplicity of things. Lama, remain immutably amongst us, a radiant Dharma sun. Skilled in sprinkling the water of healing, fulfilling needs, benefiting all, laughing smile, revealing pills of skill, humility, and constancy. A deep milky sea of the liquid moon of morality, Lama, remain immutably amongst us, one supremely worthy of veneration. The moon of your Mahayana mind, drowned by the fever-cooling camphor, unsullied, unsurpassed, dissolved, brilliantly swills the bound of space, unbounded seas of the happiness of now and bliss of always. Lama, remain immutably amongst us, a moon guiding our way. Your teachings are vast-spreading rivers of celestial nectar, your dialectics an invincible cutting badger weapon. Your writings, thousand-petal lotuses unfolding their glory, Lama, remain immutably amongst us, a guardian of highest knowledge. By the might of seas, as spiritual masters, deities, and doctrine protectors, by the power of profound dependent arising, and the unwavering emptiness of all that appears, may all the hopes of our prayers with effortless ease be spontaneously fulfilled. And then finish, since it's the last session of the day, finish with the multiplying mantras. Chondende deshin shebara jomba yanda basubi sangi Nampa Nansi Yogi Kyapula Shakselu Chanchu Semba Zempa Jembo Bindu Sambula Shakselu Kayada Om Benja Griva Wabodini Soha Om Duru Duru Shayamuti Soha Kayada Om Benja Griva Wabodini Soha Om Duru Duru Shayamuti Soha Kayada Om Benja Griva Wabodini Soha Om Duru Duru Shayamuti Soha Tayada Om Benja Griva Wabodini Soha Om Duru Duru Shayamuti Soha Tayada Om Benja Griva Wabodini Soha Om Duru Duru Shayamuti Soha Tayada Om Benja Griva Wabodini Soha Om Duru Duru Shayamuti Soha Jombende Deshin Shepara Jomba Yanda Pasube Sange Mange Lebe Jure Ogi Gyalpo Shakselu Jomnende deshin shepara jumbo yanda sopi sangi no wanda monlam tamche rabtu drupe gyalpo lasha selo. Due to the blessings them and the victorious ones and the bodhisattvas, the truth of infallible dependent arising, and the power of my pure special attitude taking responsibility, and all the aims of my pure prayers be accomplished immediately. And we'd just dedicate all those prayers, everything in emptiness, duties, merits, the merits of all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and all sentient beings of I 3 times, which are empty from their own side. May the I, which is empty from its own side, quickly achieve enlightenment, which is empty from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are empty from their own side to that enlightenment by myself alone, which is also empty from its own side. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Venerable Angela. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you all Sangha for your prayers and all people who join us on the Zoom and YouTube. Yeah.
Thank you for hosting.
Thank you.